morning, one and everyone. A warm welcome to each one of you. Yesterday was an enriching day filled with insightful sessions, meaningful discussions, and valuable learning. Today, we continue that momentum with another thoughtfully created lineup of topics and expert speakers.
Let's begin our first session on the gut, the metabolism, and the mind, a psychiatric triangle. Let's invite our chairpersons for this session. Dr. Kurinjinathan sir, consultant psychiatrist, Neon Hospital, Chennai. Dr. Anand sir, professor, PhD Institute of Medical Science and Research, Coimbatore.
Let's invite the speaker for the session, Dr. Arun Kumar sir, consultant pediatrician, Baby Hospital, Erode.
Good morning, everyone. Today morning, we are going to start our day with a session on the topic which is related to gut and mind is in various ways, from a diagnostic point of view, from a management point of view. It's a big challenge from a psychiatrist point of view, because the treatment often includes various other aspects. It doesn't really stop with giving any medications, and it's actually a challenging thing from a gastroenterologist point of view also. So I'm kind of like, looking forward to hear from Dr. Arun Kumar to throw some lights on this particular area.
Just a brief introduction. நீங்கள் எல்லாத்துக்கும் டாக்டர் பால் தெரியும். இனிமேல் அடுத்தது வந்து நம்ம டாக்டர் அருணும் அதே ரேஞ்சில் within 3-4 years I expect Dr. Arun to be as popular and as famous as Dr. Pal. Okay, Arun? ஏன்னா he's been doing already popularங்க, பட் இன்னும் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ஆகல அருண். இப்போதைக்கு நேஷ்னலில் தான் இருக்காரு. ஸோ he started as a pediatrician. I know Arun, but Arun doesn't know me. ஏன்னா அருணோட ரிலேட்டிவ் வந்து is by batchmate. ஸோ அருண் சொல்கிற எல்லா டாப்பிக்கும் டிஸ்கஷனும் வந்து அவர் எங்கள் பேட்சில் போட்டு உயிரை வாங்கிடுவார். இதை சாப்பிடாத, அதை சாப்பிடாத, இப்படி சாப்பிடணும், அப்படி சாப்பிடணும்னு. ஸோ ஐ எம் லுக்கிங் ஃபார்வர்ட் டு Arun's talk. Thank you, Arun.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. So I thank Erode Psychiatric Association and Tamil Nadu Psychiatric Society for giving me this opportunity. And I sincerely thank Sadanandam sir for having coordinated with me and persisting me to present this topic. ஏன்னா சார் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு சைக்காட்ரிக் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் ஒரு டாக் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னப்போ ஐ வாஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் திங்கிங், ஸோ நம்ம என்ன சைக்காட்ரிக் கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் போய் என்ன பேசுறது அப்படின்னு. அப்புறம் ஏன்னா இதே டைமில் சம் நியோனேட்ராலஜி கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஆல்சோ கோயிங் ஆன் சேலம் எங்களுது. ஸோ அது போகிறதா வேணாமா, இங்கே சார் கூப்பிட்டுட்டு இருந்தார், நானும் சார் கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணாமே இருந்தேன். ஒய்ஃப்கிட்ட சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தப்போ சொன்னேன், எப்போ இருந்தாலும் சைக்காட்ரினா எப்போ இருந்தாலும் உன்னை கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ண வச்சுருவாங்க, நீ கடைசியாக சேலம் போக போகிறதில்ல, இங்கே தான் போக போகிற அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் ஒய்ஃப். அது மாதிரி சார் கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணி இங்கே ஐ எம் ஹியர். ஸோ மை டாபிக் டுடே இஸ் கட், மெட்டபாலிசம் அண்ட் மைண்ட், எ சைக்காட்ரிக் ட்ரையாங்கிள். ஸோ கட் அப்படின்னாவே அப்புறம் சார் கூட சொன்னார் சதானந்தம் சார், நாம் வேறு ஏதாவது பேர் மாற்றிக்கலாமா? கட் அப்படின்னா because always now there is lots of discussion about gut microbiomes, microbiota and the influence on the mental health, gut brain axis. So my talk is not about the gut brain axis and the microbiomes at all. So my talk is very simple. So I am going to speak about the relationship between the food, the mind and the metabolism. So my area of interest, even though I am a pediatrician, my primary area of interest is nutrition, pediatric nutrition, adult nutrition, reversal of lifestyle diseases. So apart from my routine pediatric practice, I do consult adults I consult with low carb diet for reversal of their obesity, diabetes, PCOS, fatty liver and multiple other things. I have a strong forte in that. So I have a experiential knowledge, prescribing diet as a therapy to lots of lifestyle diseases. So, definitely I thought we must discuss the relationship between these things. So, there are different disorders like obesity. Now everyone speaks about obesity. Nutritionist speaks, dietitian speaks. இப்போ யூடியூப் சேனலில் வர குக்கெலாம் பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. சமையல் டிப்ஸ் கொடுக்குறவங்களாம் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா அப்படியே சைட் பை சைட் டயட், இது சாப்பிடுங்க வெயிட் குறையும், இது சாப்பிடுங்க சக்கரை குறையும் அப்படின்னு பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஸோ எவ்ரி ஒன் வந்து இஸ் ஸ்பீக்கிங் அபவுட் obesity. Diabetes, a person goes to a diabetologist or a physician and gets it treated. Depression or other mood disorders, comes to you psychiatrists and get the treatment. So are these separate disorders or interconnected system? So that's what we are going to explore. So the triangle அப்படின் அந்த psychiatric triangle அப்படின் போட்டோன்னே, so I thought ஒரு 3 approachல we should proceed this talk. So first I am going to speak about the evolutionary triangle, how our ancestors and our genes shaped our biology. Then the metabolic triangle, how the modern food disrupts insulin and fat. And the psychiatric triangle, how the emotion, reward and impulse, they shape our eating behavior. So the talk is about 2 things. The first thing is how the mind shapes the plate. So how psychiatrists can help a person in following a diet and succeed in reversing their metabolic diseases. The second part is how the plate shapes the mind. How the diet can help resolve psychiatric disorders or mood disorders or the symptoms. So this is what the talk of today is going to be about. So evolutionary triangle. So whenever we speak about metabolic syndrome, obesity, diabetes, there is always one question which is in our mind. So why are humans wired to store fat so easily? So ஈஸியாக ஏன் நமக்குலாம் வெயிட் ஈஸியாக போடுது? So this is the relationship between the food, the thrifty genes. So what is thrifty gene? We will see. So if there is a famine, or if food is not available for a particular period of time, so there are 2 people, there is an obese person and a lean person, who is going to survive this famine? So ஒல்லியா இருக்கிறவரு அந்த ஃபெமினை கிராஸ் பண்ணுவாரா இல்லை குண்டா இருக்கிறவரா? குண்டா இருக்கிறவர். So because fat is our savior, so the lean person is not going to survive the famine. So what is thrifty gene hypothesis? So in any organism, whenever there is food or whenever there is feasting, the body stores the excess amount of energy as fats, and whenever there is work or whenever there is famine, there is food scarcity, the body expends the fat that is already previously stored into energy. So whenever a person has more fat, he has more survival chance. So whatever genes that are promoting this fat storage in human beings, they are called thrifty genes. So this is the main concept. So the fat storage, it is inherent to our human biology. It is very essential for our survival because we have come through lots of ages, Paleolithic era, Ice Age. So அதெல்லாம் தாண்டி வந்திருக்கும். ஃபுட்டே இல்லாத டைம்லலாம் the humans have thrived and we have come to this stage. So இந்த ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வரணும்னா எப்பப்பெல்லாம் ஃபுட் இல்லையோ we had to be resilient. So to survive a famine, fat was necessary. So in hunter-gatherer, before 10,000 years, there was high physical activity. There was a lower carbohydrate natural diet. Grains were not there. Grains started with farming. So rice kulam munnadi. So there was occasional eating, not frequent grazing, unlike we eat. So nam time ku edhu saapite irukom. The real food, meat, fish, roots, tubers, kelangugal, nuts, berries, some fruits, no sugar except some honey occasionally if it is available, rarely. So these were the physiology, this is what the food that the hunter-gatherer ate. So there was always food scarcity. So they used to feast during the hunting success and fast for longer intervals till the next food is available. and the body adapted to efficient energy storage. And நம்ம இப்போ சர்வைவல் ஆஃப் ஃபிட்டஸ்ட்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஆக்சுவலி அந்த காலத்தில் இட் வாஸ் சர்வைவல் ஆஃப் த ஃபேட்டஸ்ட். ஸோ யாருக்கெல்லாம் ஃபேட் அதிகமாக இருந்துச்சோ, ஸோ பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் த ancestral unpredictability of food availability, there was, from genetically, there was a preference for fat storage strongly. So thrifty genes are the genes that favor fat storage. So efficient insulin response evolved to store glucose rapidly. So whenever there is excess food, it should not go waste. So சாப்பிட்றோம், கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஒரு 500 கலோரி உள்ள போயிடுச்சு, ஒரு 100 கலோரி எக்ஸ்ட்ரா உள்ள இருக்கு. The body cannot waste it because food was scarce previously. So genes evolved to immediately convert the excess food that is available into fat and store as adipose tissue. So now there is evolutionary mismatch. So what kept our ancestors alive, they are now killing us. So this is the problem. So we have ancient genes, but a modern high carb, high calorie food which is leading to obesity. Human biology still thinks food is scarce. This is the problem. ஸோ இப்பயும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஒரு ஸ்வீட்டு பார்த்தோம்னா நம்ம சாப்பிட்றோம். அந்த காலத்தில் 10,000 வருஷம் முன்னாடி கசப்பாக இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் பாய்சனாக இருந்திருக்கலாம், அதனால கசப்பு இயற்கையாகவே நமக்கு பிடிக்கிறது இல்லை. அந்த காலத்தில் ஸ்வீட்டாக இருக்கிறது ஜென்ரலி தே ஆர் நான் பாய்சனஸ். ஸோ ஹியூமன் பிரெயின் இஸ் வயர்டு டு ஈட் அ ஸ்வீட் ஃபுட். ஸோ அதனால தான் இப்போவும் வயிறு ஃபுல்லாக நம்பினாலும் கடைசியாக நம்ம போய் பிரியாணிலாம் சாப்பிட்டாலும் அந்த ஐஸ்கிரீம் பார்த்தா நம்மளால சாப்பிடாமல் இருக்க முடியல. பிகாஸ் அவர் ஜீன்ஸ் ஆர் வயர்டு டு ஈட் தீஸ் ஸ்வீட்ஸ். So our reward system overreacts to sweet, salty and fatty and tasty high calorie foods. ஏன்னா still our genes think சாப்பாடு கிடைக்குது, விட்டுறாத, சாப்பிட்டுக்கோ, சேர்த்து வச்சுக்கோ. So this is what our genes are always trying to do. So this combined with the current dietary and lifestyle pattern, it is transitioning into metabolic dysfunction. So all of the obese people, they are actually descendants of the people who are survival of the fittest, who are inherited genes that promoted fat storage. So whatever we are thinking as problems nowadays, insulin resistance அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஸோ இன்சுலின் ரெசிஸ்டன்ட் இருக்கிற பர்சனுக்கு ஃபேட் சீக்கிரம் ஸ்டோர் ஆகுது. பட் இன்சுலின் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் அந்த காலத்தில் இருந்தவங்களுக்கு தான் சீக்கிரம் நல்ல ஃபேட் ஸ்டோர் ஆகி அவன் ஃபெமீனை வந்து சர்வை பண்ணியிருந்திருப்பான். ஸோ திஸ் இன்சுலின் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் வாஸ் கிவிங் அ சர்வைவல் அட்வான்டேஜ் இன் த ஏன்ஷியன்ட் டேஸ். நவ் இட் இஸ் அ ப்ராப்ளம். ஸோ நவ் there is not much of work, there is no famine, there is too much of food and feasting, and fat storage is going on exponentially, and that creates to obesity and metabolic syndrome. So there is a strong gene combined with diet and inactivity. All these are combining and fueling this obesity, metabolic syndrome pandemic. So next we will move on to the next triangle, that is the metabolic triangle. So the main question we are going to answer, how this obesity, diabetes and metabolic syndrome occur and perpetuate, and why it is difficult to control this. So what is obesity? Large size அப்படின்னா யூஸ்வலாக ஒபீஸ்னா நல்லா குண்டா பெருசாக இருப்பாங்க, ஒபிசிட்டி அப்படின்னு பொதுவாக நம்ம நினைப்போம். ஹை பிஎம்ஐ அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் அ ஜென்ரல் டிக்டம். ஸோ ஐ எம் டிஸ்பிளேயிங் 5 pictures. Which organism is most obese among this? Elephant, seal, a big Jersey cow, hippopotamus, a human being. Any guesses? Human being. Why, sir? Scientific explanation. Yes, sir. Yes. This is the thing. So obesity is a simple definition is excess adipose tissue. So elephant, hippopotamus and cows are large because they have a very large gut because they are herbivores. So we know, we have studied in biology, they are ruminants. They eat grass and the grass will stay in their gut for a longer period of time. The microorganisms will ferment it, they will process it, and slowly they will extract energy. So they need to eat kilograms of this grass to extract some energy. Not energy efficient like us with a large gut. So elephant is the actually leanest animal in this photograph. So it has a body fat percentage of only 10%. So any human being with 10% body fat will be a superstar, just like with a six pack. So elephant நம்ம next time பார்த்தோம்னா சிக்ஸ் பேக் வச்சிருக்கிற ஹீரோ மாதிரி நம்ம ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும். See, it has only 10% body fat. So that's the same. So weight வச்சு சொல்ல முடியாது, because this person obviously we know high BMI and obese. This person might have high BMI but not obese because his fat percentage is less and more of muscles. This person may look like normal as per BMI but he is obese because he has visceral fat, belly fat, which is problematic. So வெறும் BMI வச்சு நாம எடை போட முடியாது. So obesity as per Harrison textbook, simple definition is a state of excess adipose tissue mass. So large size high BMI மட்டும் வச்சு obesity ன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது, because Indians particularly have normal BMI with high abdominal fat. So why does obesity occur? Next basic question. So some thrifty genes லாம் பார்த்தோம். Common perceptions, overeating, junk food, physical activity இப்போ இந்த காலகட்டத்தில் இல்லை, or one can eat anything but doing heavy physical activity will make them slim. This is one common concept. So that is why Coke had promoted an important concept. So you can drink Coke but you can exercise. If you drink Coke and you can keep on running or participate in marathons, and everywhere today there was a marathon. So if you drink Coke and keep on exercising, you can come out of this obesity and metabolic syndrome. That's what promoted this idea. நீங்கள் என்ன வேணால் சாப்பிட்டுங்க, எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு. ஸோ இட் ஆக்சுவலி funded the scientists. This came in Washington Post. So what is the caloricentric theory of obesity? We think, so whatever calories we eat and whatever calories that are expended. So due to physical activity, our basal metabolic rate, the thermic effect of food, another small energy needed to metabolize the food. So whenever there is imbalance, we say there is, if the calories consumed are more and calories burned are less, then obesity will occur. So weight loss பண்ணனும்னா என்ன பண்ணணும்? We have to consume less calories and burn more calories through exercise. So கம்மியா சாப்பிடணும், eat less, work more. So this has always been the dogma of managing obesity all throughout the years. But what does latest science says? This is the again statement from the latest Harrison. The body weight regulation and dysregulation depends on a complex interplay of hormonal and neural signals. Alterations in stable weight by forced overfeeding or food deprivation induce physiological changes that resist these perturbations. So with weight loss, appetite increases. So whenever we try to eat less, actually our appetite increases and energy expenditure falls. நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, சார் டயட் கொடுத்தீங்க ஒரு 5-6 கிலோ குறைஞ்சிது, அதே அளவு அப்படியே தான் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருக்கேன், ஆனால் அதுக்கு மேலே குறையில. The body will somewhere preserve some energy expenditure and the body will again try to preserve the fat. That is why our genes are designed. So that is the problem. So அதே மாதிரி தான் ஒரு ஒல்லியாக இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் அவங்களோட ஜீன்ஸ் வேறு மாதிரி, அவங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் அதிகமாக சாப்பிட வச்சோம்னா வித் ஓவர் ஃபீடிங் appetite falls. அவங்க அதிகமாக சாப்பிட சொன்னால் அவங்களால சாப்பிட முடியாது, ஒல்லியாக இருக்கிறவங்களால. appetite falls and energy expenditure increases. So the body always tries to maintain the homeostasis. So that is why there is a complex interplay of factors, hormonal, neural. There are central controllers of appetite in hypothalamus. All these hormones which increase the appetite, the hormones which decrease the appetite, cultural factors, hormonal factors, metabolites, gut peptides, ghrelin, CCK, neural afferents, psychological factors. Lots of things are controlling this obesity. That is why simple calorie less, work more is not working out. So we always say, so diet na multi-pronged intervention, diet, junk food avoid பண்ணணும், physical activity பண்ணணும். ஸோ நல்லா தான் இருக்குது கேட்குறதுக்கு இதெல்லாம் சொல்லும்போது. ஆனால் obesity, the pandemic is increasing day by day. We are not able to control. ஸோ அது ஏன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். ஸோ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், சே ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு 1500 கேலரி டயட் கொடுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறோம், அல்லது ஒரு 300 கேலரியை டெய்லி பேர்ன் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஸோ 1000 கேலரி எப்படி சாப்பிட்லாம்? ஸோ ஒரு சின்னதாக 2 பரோட்டாவாக 3 வேளை சாப்பிட்டாலும் 1500 கேலரிஸ் தான். சின்ன ஹாஃப் பிளேட் பிரியாணி 3 வேளை சாப்பிட்டாலும் 1500 கேலரிஸ் தான். 100 கிராம் நேந்திரம் சிப்ஸ் 3 வேளை சாப்பிட்டாலும் 1500 கேலரிஸ் தான். ஒரு 2 மைசூர் பாக் 3 வேளை சாப்பிட்டாலும் அதே 1500. பஜ்ஜியும் அதே தான். 2 கார்னட்டோ ஒவ்வொரு வேலைக்கு சாப்பிட்டாலும் 6 கார்னட்டோ சாப்பிட்டாலும் அதே 1500 தான். ஸோ இப்போ 300 கேலரி எப்படி பேர்ன் பண்ணுறது? 1 hour வாக்கிங் போகலாம், 45 minutes ஜாகிங் போகலாம், ½ an hour ஸ்விம்மிங் பண்ணலாம், ஒரு 30 minutes சைக்கிளிங் பண்ணலாம். ஆனால் when we do 1 hour of walking, the calorie is equal to ஒரு டீ அண்ட் ஒரு வடை. ஸோ இப்பவும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வாக்கிங் போயிட்டு வெயிட்டு குறையில தொப்பை குறையிலன்னு சொல்கிறவங்களை கேட்டிங்கன்னா, வாக்கிங் போயிட்டு இப்போ எங்கள் மாமாலாம் போவார், கலெக்டர் ஆஃபீஸில் ஒரு ரவுண்டு வாக்கிங் போயிட்டு அப்படியே கடைக்கு போயிட்டு ஒரு போண்டா டீ சாப்பிட்டு வருவாங்க. ஸோ நீங்கள் வாக்கிங் போனதை விட அதிக கலோரி காலையிலே உள்ளே போயிடும். 45 minutes ஜாகிங் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஒரு பிஸ்கெட்டு காஃபி சாப்பிட்டா முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. 1 hour சைக்கிளிங் பண்ணிவிட்டு 2 ஸ்வீட்ஸ் சாப்பிட்டா முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. 1.5 hours நல்லா ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஒரு பிரியாணி சாப்பிட்டா முடிஞ்சுது. இப்போ எங்களோட ஜிம்முக்கு வரவங்க நிறைய பேர் சொன்னாங்க, சார் 2 வருஷமாக ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கேன், மசில்லாம் ஏறின மாதிரி இருக்கா, நான் வெயிட்டே குறையில அப்படிம்பாங்க. நல்லா சின்சியராக பண்ணுவாங்க, போட்டு 70 கிலோ 80 கிலோலாம் போட்டு தூக்குவாங்க. ஆனால் டயட்டில் கண்ட்ரோல் இருக்காது. ஸோ திஸ் imbalance is there. Then what to do? So we have to move to the hormones. We have to get the answer from the hormones again. So which is the only hormone in the body that stores fat, that is insulin. So insulin, whenever there is sugar excess from our food, it immediately either it sends to muscles. So வேலை செஞ்சால் மசிலுக்கு போகும், வேலை ஒன்றும் செய்யலை ஒன்றும் பெருசாக ஒன்றும் இல்லைன்னா கொஞ்சம் லிவருக்கு போகும் கிளைக்கோஜன், அதுக்கு மேலே மிச்சம் இருக்குன்னா லைப்போஜெனசிஸ், adipose tissue. It converts the excess energy into fat. So insulin நம்ம கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணால் definitely we have a clue. So whenever there is hyperinsulinemia is the root of metabolic syndrome, and hyperinsulinemia precedes diabetes. So many times we have seen, அது நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி like I am seeing these metabolic patients. ஸோ இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 10 years 12 yearsல ஒரு ஒபீஸ் சைல்டு கூட்டிகிட்டு வராங்க. there will be black patches, many in videos I have spoken about, acanthosis nigricans. ஸோ அப்பயே சொல்லுவோம், ஃபாஸ்டிங் இன்சுலின் பார்த்தா ஹையாக இருக்கும், மற்ற எல்லா பிளட் ஒர்க் அப்பும் நார்மலாக இருக்கும். அப்பயே சொல்லுவோம் டெஃபினட்டாக இந்த சைல்டுக்கு ஒபிசிட்டி வரும்னு. அதே சைல்டு 18-20 வயசுலாம் வந்திருக்காங்க, he has already developed type 2 diabetes, வெயிட் குறைக்கலன்னா. ஸோ அப்படியே we are seeing the transition, அந்த ஹைப்பர் இன்சுலினிமியா ஆனால் நார்மல் பிளட் ரிப்போர்ட்ஸு, அப்புறம் அப்படியே ஒரு ப்ரீ டயபெட்டிஸ் ஒரே பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு அந்த டிரான்சிஷன் நாங்கள் வி ஆர் விட்னஸிங். ஸோ டயபெட்டிஸ்லாம் வரத்துக்கு 15 years முன்னாடியே ஹைப்பர் இன்சுலினிமியா ஸ்டார்ட்ஸ். ஸோ நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, கம்மியாக தான் சாப்பிட்றேன் ஆனாலும் வெயிட் ஏறிட்டே இருக்குது, குறையவே மாட்டேங்குதும்பாங்க. தட் இஸ் ஹைப்பர் இன்சுலினிமியா இஸ் another cause. ஸோ டயபெட்டிஸ் இஸ் primarily an insulin related problem first. So fat as a hormonal tissue, what will happen? Whenever there is obesity, there is excess adipose tissue, and from the excess adipose tissue there will be free fatty acids. The adipose tissue secretes lot of inflammatory mediators, TNF alpha, IL-6, the adipokines. This causes inflammation. This inflammation will propel the insulin resistance. So insulin resistance ஏன் insulin resistant develops? liverல, muscleல insulin ஏன் வேலை செய்யல? These adipose tissue is propelling this insulin resistance. Because of insulin resistance, whenever there is insulin is not functioning properly, our body, our pancreas try to secrete more insulin. சரி இன்சுலின் சரியாக வேலை செய்யலை, இன்னும் இன்சுலின் செக்ரேட் பண்ணுவோம், more insulin. Again hyperinsulinemia, more, அப்போ இன்னும் hyperinsulinemia, நம்ம சாப்பிட்றது பத்தில். ஸோ இந்த சுகர்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் அது இன்னும் ஃபேட்டாக மாற்றும், more fat accumulation, worsening obesity. So it's a vicious cycle. So obesity, insulin resistant propels further obesity. So that completes the metabolic triangle. The carbs, the calories, the insulin, which is leading to fat storage. So whenever some food or some activity which increases insulin is problematic, and whenever anything decreases insulin, it is better. So increases insulin, a high carbohydrate diet or a high calorie diet. ஸோ நம்ம நிறைய டைம் வந்து ப்ரோட்டீன் ஃபேட் அப்படின்னாவே நம்ம ஃபேட் வந்து ரொம்ப மோசம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். இப்போ பிரியாணி மோசம்னு எல்லாம் தெரியும். பிரியாணி ஏன் மோசம்னா அதில் இருக்கிற மீட்னால கிடையாது. பிரியாணி ஏன் மோசம்னா திட் இஸ் truckload of carbohydrates with protein and fat. ஸோ நீங்கள் வெறும் கார்போஹைட்ரேட் கொஞ்சமாக ரைஸ் சாப்பிட்டா கூட அதுவும் அதிகம், இன்னும் அதுக்கு மேலே இன்னும் எல்லாம் சேர்த்து சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா இன்னும் மோசம். ஸோ அதனால தான் ஒரு பஜ்ஜியும் பிரியாணி ஏன் ப்ராப்ளம்னா இட் கண்டெயின்ஸ் எவ்ரி திங், லாட்ஸ் ஆஃப் கார்ப்ஸ், லாட்ஸ் ஆஃப் ப்ரோட்டீன்ஸ், ஃபேட், எவ்ரி திங். So, but when you take pure proteins or pure fatty items, it doesn't stimulate insulin much. This is what we must understand. So, pure proteins and fat doesn't stimulate insulin much like this carbohydrates or carbohydrate with other nutrients combo. So, அப்போ எதெல்லாம் decreases insulin? Carbohydrate restricted diet, calorie restricted diet. Calorie restriction ஆகவே ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக கார்பும் சேர்ந்து தான் குறையுது. இப்போ 4 இட்லி போல 2 இட்லி சாப்பிட்டா என்ன 50% கார்பும் சேர்ந்து தான் குறையுது. When we consolidate meals or intermittent fasting, high intensity exercises, high nutrient density. ஸோ அது என்னங்கிற சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ அதே நம்ம அந்த 500 calories நம்ம ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள்ஸ் பார்த்தோம். அதே 500 calorie ஆயில் கம்மியாக போட்டு 3 தோசை, இது வயிறு நிரம்புமா? 3 சப்பாத்தி கிரேவி, இது வயிறு நிரம்புமா? ஒரு அரை பிளேட் பிரியாணி, இது வயிறு நிரம்புமா? 2 சின்ன பரோட்டா சால்னா, ஒரு 2 மைசூர் பாக், 4 பஜ்ஜி. இப்போ முன்னாடி சொன்னதெல்லாம் வயிறு நிரம்புமா? இல்லை அதே 500 calories, 7 eggs, 1.25 kg carrot, அதே 500 calorie, 300 grams of boiled green gram, முக்கால் தேங்காய், so almost 3/4 of a coconut, 100 grams of boiled peanuts, half grilled chicken, இந்த மயோனைஸ்லாம் இல்லாட்டி half grilled chicken, 1.5 kg watermelon. ஸோ இப்போ நான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொன்ன ஃபுட் ஐட்டம்ஸ் வயிறு நிரம்புமா? செகண்ட் சொன்ன ஃபுட் ஐட்டம்ஸ் வயிறு நிரம்புமா? செகண்ட் சொன்ன ஃபுட் ஐட்டம்ஸ் தான் வயிறு நிரம்பும். This is called nutrient density. So, whichever food that has less calories, less carbs in say particular weight 100 grams or 200 grams, that has more nutrient density rather than more calorie density, more nutrient density இருக்கிற ஃபுட்டா நம்ம செலக்ட் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ அப்போது less carbohydrate, more fiber, more healthy fats and more proteins. ஸோ கேலரிஸ் கம்மி அப்படிங்கிறது we cannot apply mathematically. சும்மா போர்ஷன் கண்ட்ரோல், சரி நாளையிலேருந்து 3 தோசை சாப்பிடாதீங்க, நாலுலேருந்து 1 தோசை சாப்பிடுங்க, நாலுலேருந்து 300 கிராம் ரைஸ் இல்லை 150 கிராம் சாப்பாடு சாப்பிடுங்க, அப்படி பண்ண முடியாது. அப்படி பண்ணுறதா இருந்தால் உலகத்தில் யாருமே ஒபீஸாக இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ we have to alter the nutrient density to maintain the calorie deficit and everything. ஸோ இன்னும் இதோட எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம் வெர்ஷன் என்ன? இது நார்மல் டயட்லேயே இது அப்ளை பண்ணலாம். இதோட எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம் வெர்ஷன் இஸ் கால்ட் லோ கார்போஹைட்ரேட் டயட் ஆர் கீட்டோ. அது என்ன? லோ கார்ப் டயட் சிலர் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கலாம், சிலர் கேள்விப்படாமல் இருக்கலாம். ஸோ இட் இஸ் நாட் சம் அன்லிமிட்டெட் மீட் ஈட்டிங் டயட். ஸோ carbs are less, we are restricting significantly the carbs and we don't ask them to count calories much because அந்த டயட்லேயே பசி அடங்கிடும், ஒரு கட்டத்துக்கு மேலே சாப்பிட முடியாது. And good quantity of healthy fat intake. What will happen is multiple levels. There is less carbs, less insulin, again less fat storage, more fat loss because less insulin. So because when there is less insulin, the body is trained to utilize fat. Once insulin levels fall ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சோடனே the body will try to utilize the fat. So whatever adipose tissue is there in the body, now it is getting started to convert into energy. Whenever there is hyperinsulinemia, நீங்கள் சாப்பிடாமல் இருந்தாலும் உங்களால் டாலரேட் பண்ண முடியாது. சாப்பிடாமல் இருந்தால் நான் நிறைய பேருக்கு கேட்பேன், இப்போ 100 கிலோ ஒருத்தர் இருக்கார் சார், 2 மணி நேரம் சாப்பிடலனாவே பசி தாங்க மாட்டேங்குன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கே புரிய வைக்க சொல்லுவேன். ஸோ நீங்கள் 70 kg இருக்கணும், 100 kg இருக்கீங்க, 30 kg ஃபேட் உங்கள் உடம்புல எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இருக்குது. 30 kg ஃபேட் அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட 2.5 lakh கலோரிஸ். நீங்கள் வெறும் தண்ணியும் சால்ட்டும் சாப்பிட்டா, நீங்கள் வெறும் தண்ணியும் சால்ட்டும் எடுத்துக்கிட்டா நீங்கள் 6 மாதம் இந்த கேலரி வச்சு உயிரோடு இருக்க முடியும். 2.5 லட்சம் கலோரி உங்கள் உடம்புல இருக்குது. ஆனால் உங்களால் 2 மணி நேரம் பசி தாங்க முடியல. ஏன்னா தட் இஸ் த interplay of hormones, that is the problem. So அதனால தான் இதை குறைக்கணும். So we have to train our body to use that adipose tissue. ஏன்னா அந்த காலத்தில் மனுஷனுக்கு சாப்பாடு இல்லை, அதனால வேறு வழி இல்லாமல் சாப்பிடாது. இப்போ இவ்வளோ ஃபுட்டு இருக்கும்போது கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணுறது தான் பாயிண்ட்டு. ஸோ the carbohydrate restriction leads to biochemical and hormonal improvement. So this is of my interest. So I do see patients regularly, adults, pediatric. It reverses most of the lifestyle diseases, fatty liver disease, type 2 diabetes, PCOS, hypertriglyceridemia, hyperuricemia, hypertension. All these are having significant impact when following a low carb diet. This is just some study population as per an unpublished data. Significant reduction in the parameters. HbA1c for diabetes just from 8.1 to 5.8, almost reversal of diabetes within just a 3 months span of time. So all these metabolic liver enzymes, triglycerides, they will reduce significantly. So intermittent fasting, another intermittent fasting என்ன நடக்குது? Again, the dietary pattern of ancestors. The fasting அப்படிங்கிறது starvation நம்ம நினச்சிக்கூட ஃபாஸ்டிங் செத்து போயிடும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி கிடையாது. Fasting, again, the insulin is low. As we saw, the glucose is low. So the fat is liberated and burnt as energy. So நம்ம ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் ஒரு 12-hour ஈட்டிங் விண்டோ இப்படி இல்லாமல் நம்ம பேட்டர்ன் ஆனால் அப்படி இல்லை. 3 மீல்ஸ் சாப்பிட்றோன்னு நாம் நினைக்கிறோம். காலையில் ஸ்நாக்ஸு, காலையில் ஏதாவது ஒரு டீ பிஸ்கட்டு, அப்புறம் பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட்டு, அப்புறம் மிட் மார்னிங் ஸ்நாக்ஸ் ஒரு 11 மணிக்கு, அப்புறம் லஞ்சு, அப்புறம் மறுபடியும் ஒரு ஈவினிங் ஸ்நாக்கு, அப்புறம் டின்னரு, போஸ்ட் டின்னர் ஏதாவது டிவி பார்த்துட்டு மறுபடியும் ஸ்நாக்ஸ். நாம் கிட்டத்தட்ட 7-8 வேளை சாப்பிட்றோம். ஸோ இதுதான் கரண்ட் டயட் பேட்டர்ன். அப்படி இல்லாமல் கொஞ்சம் நம்ம ரெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தோம்னா தட் இஸ் கால்ட் இன்டர்மிட்டன்ட் ஃபாஸ்டிங். அது அவங்கவுங்களுக்கு எவ்வளோ டியூரேஷன் முடியுதோ கொடுத்துக்கலாம். அது ஒன்றும் தீஸ் ஆர் நாட் மேஜிக் நம்பர்ஸ். இவ்வளோ ஹார்ஸ் மேஜிக் ஒரு 7 மணிக்குள்ளே சாப்பிடுங்க, 6 மணிக்குள்ள, அதெல்லாம் மேட்டர் இல்லை. 7 மணி 6 மணிலாம் நம்ம உடம்புக்கு தெரியாது. ஸோ எவ்வளோ ரெஸ்ட் கொடுக்க முடியுமோ ரெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தா இட் ஹெல்ப்ஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ அப்போ வெயிட் லாஸுக்கு கேலரி ஷுட் பி ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்டட், carb should be restricted, time also can be restricted அப்படிங்கிறது பார்த்தோம். வாட் இஸ் த ரோல் ஆஃப் எக்ஸசைஸ்? திடீர்னு எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணி கையை காலை உடச்சிக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. நிறைய பேர் திடீர்னு எல்லாம் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் வீடியோ பார்க்குறாங்க, நிறைய பேர் ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணுறதை பார்க்குறாங்க, உடனே அது இதையும் பண்ணிவிட்டு லிகமெண்ட் டயரோட வராங்க, உடனே ஓட ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. தே டோன்ட் நோ தேர் பாடி. ஸோ ஏன்னா இந்த மிஸ்டேக்லாம் இப்போ கூட சார் கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தார், நீங்கள் எப்படி இந்த பீடியாட்ரிக்லேருந்து இதுக்கு வந்தீங்கன்னு. யார் ஒருத்தர் ஆழமாக தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுருக்காங்களோ சுயமாக அனுபவப்பட்டால் தான் வர முடியும். ஏன்னா ஐ வாஸ் பேட்லிங் ஒபிசிட்டி சம் லாட்ஸ் ஆஃப் இயர்ஸ் பேக் அண்ட் ஐ ஹேவ் ட்ரைட் எவ்ரி திங். உடனடியாக சரி யாரோ சொல்லுவாங்க, சரி நல்லா ரன்னிங் போனால், ரன்னிங் போய் எனக்கு ஆங்கிள் லிகமெண்ட் இன்ஜுரி ஆகிடுது, இன்னமும் ஓட முடியல, மேரத்தான் என்னால் ஓட முடியாது. ஏன்னா லிகமெண்ட் அப்போ வந்து ரொம்ப ஒபீஸாக இருந்தப்போ 100 kg இருந்தவருக்கு. ஸோ அப்போ ரன்னிங் போனால் பயங்கரமாக ஓட ஆரம்பித்தேன். அப்புறம் தான் தெரிஞ்சது அவ்வளோ வெயிட் இருக்கும்போது ஓடனா நம்ம லிகமெண்ட்லாம் தாங்காது, பிரேக் ஆகிடும்னு. அது லிகமெண்ட் இன்ஜுரி ஆனதான் மிச்சம். ஸோ வாட் இஸ் த ரோல் ஆஃப் ஃபிசிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி? மாடரேட் எஃபர்ட் கார்டியோ ஆக்டிவிட்டி, brisk walking, moderate pace jogging, cycling. No need to stress our joints and tendons. The primary purpose is not to burn calories but to improve the aerobic capacity. So நம்ம இப்போ ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு கான்செப்ட். ஸோ many of you might have read Peter Attia. So Peter Attia's, if not, please buy and read. So Peter Attia has written a wonderful book. So he has spoken about outlive. So the book is called Outlive. So he speaks about how human beings can proceed past this the 70 years, 8 years. So இப்போ என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, the maximum survival யாருக்கு அப்படின்னா one who has the maximum VO2 max. So VO2 max is how much oxygen our body can utilize in a fraction of time. So our high intensity exercise. So அதை endurance improve பண்ணுறதுக்கு we can do that, not for burning calories. The calorie restriction should come from the diet. The physical activity role is different. Strength training சொல்கிறோம். ஸ்ட்ரென்த் ட்ரைனிங்லாம் நமக்கு ஞாபகம் ஜிம்மில் போய் 6 pack, நோ, அது ஆக்ட்ரஸோட வேலை. 6 pack பாடி பில்டர்ஸ் அவங்களோட ப்ரொஃபஷன். நமக்கு எதுக்கு ஸ்ட்ரென்த் ட்ரைனிங்? இன்க்ரீஸ் த மசில் மாஸ். மசில் மாஸ் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணால் இட் இன்க்ரீசஸ் த ரெஸ்டிங் பேசல் மெட்டபாலிக் ரேட். அதே 80 கிலோவில் மசில் மாஸ் அதிகமாக இருந்தால் அவங்களுக்கு சும்மாவே ஒரு நாளைக்கு 1800 கலோரி பேர்ன் ஆகிடும். ஸோ நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா சாப்பிட்டாலும் அது பேர்ன் பண்ணிவிடுவாங்க மசில். அதுக்காகவும் பின்னாடி ஜாயின்ட் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸு, ஆஸ்டியோ ஆர்த்ரைட்டிஸ் அதெல்லாம் வரக்கூடாதுங்கிறதுக்காகவும் மொபிலிட்டிக்காகவும் we need to build the muscle mass. That is why strength training is needed and not for developing 6 packs. அண்ட் ஒரு இங்கே ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்னால் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பண்ணலாம், அல்லது ஒரு ஜிம், வாக்கிங், எது வேணாலும் பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் இட் ஷுட் பி a sustainable, enjoyable and all encompassing activity. ஸோ இத்தனை விஷயம் இருக்குது. ஸோ now we will come to current. இவ்வளவும் இருக்குது விஷயம். then why patients fail diets despite knowing what to eat? So how the mind shapes the plate. So why there are diet failures? மாதிரி தான் இப்போ diet இருக்கு. So we are trying but we are not able to do. So then comes, so முன்னாடி ஹாரிசன்லேருந்து ஒரு simple definition of obesity சொன்னேன். But this is the actual definition of obesity. Obesity is defined as a complex, chronic, relapsing, multifactorial, neurobehavioral disease characterized by an excessive or abnormal, so that's visceral fat, excessive or abnormal accumulation of body fat that impairs health. This is the perfect definition of obesity that I have come along. So this is simple. So then we move to the psychiatric triangle. So what are the three things that shape our dietary intake? The amygdala, that is emotions, the dopamine system, the limbic system, the rewards, and the prefrontal cortex, that is the impulse. So I have tried to read as much. If there is any mistake, please try to correct me at the end. So you are experts in that. So we know there are three overlapping circuits. So the first eating behavior is a homeostatic eating regulated by these leptin, ghrelin, insulin. So நம்ம ஐடியலாக இன்சுலின் நல்லா வேலை செய்கிறவங்களுக்கு whenever insulin levels are increased after a food, actually it should suppress the appetite. That is what the role of insulin. But like insulin resistance in the peripheries, muscle and liver, there is also central insulin resistance. That is what found in hypothalamus. Ideally, insulin ஜாஸ்தியானா appetite நின்று போகணும். ஆனால் நமக்கு இன்சுலின் ஜாஸ்தி ஆனாலும் appetite நிற்கிறது இல்லை. ஏன்னா there is insulin resistance in the brain also. That is what researchers have found. ஸோ இது நம்ம வயிறு நிரம்பணுன்னே இப்போ நம்ம கிரிலின் குறையணும், உடனே சிக்னல் இங்கே போகணும், நம்ம சாப்பிட்றது நிறுத்தணும். அல்லது வயிறு காலியாக இருக்குன்னா அல்லது எனர்ஜி கம்மியாக இருக்குன்னா சிக்னல்ஸ், ஹார்மோன் சிக்னல்ஸ் போய் நம்ம சாப்பிடுங்க. இது ஹோமியோஸ்டாட்டிக் ஈட்டிங். ஸோ இது எனர்ஜி பேலன்ஸ்க்காக. நெக்ஸ்ட் இஸ் ஹீடானிக் ஈட்டிங், மீடியேட்டட் பை த மீசோலிம்பிக் டோபமின் பாத்வேஸ் from the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens. Food as a reward or pleasure. ஸோ வயிறு ஃபுல்லாக நிரம்பினாலும் அந்த ஐஸ்கிரீம் பார்க்கும்போது எப்போ இருந்தாலும் சரி கொஞ்சம் சாப்பிட்லாம் அப்படின்னு தோணுதான். ஃபுட் ஆஸ் அ ரிவார்ட். டெஃபினட்டாக பசிலாம் இல்லை, இருந்தாலும் அந்த ஆசைக்காக, அந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷனுக்காக சாப்பிட்றோம். ஸோ பசியே இருக்காது, இருந்தாலும் ஒரு வீடியோ பார்க்குறோம், ஒரு இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சர் வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியா டிஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணாங்க, இங்கே போய் சாப்பிட்டேன் இந்த ஃபுட்டு, அந்த படத்தை பார்த்தாலே நமக்கு பசியே இல்லைனாலும் அது செம்மையாக இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது சரி கொஞ்சம் சாப்பிட்டு பார்க்கலாம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி தோணும். ஸோ த ரிலீஸ் ஆஃப் டோபமின் is believed to coordinate many aspects of animals' attempts to obtain food rewards. ஏன்னா இப்படி ஒரு சிஸ்டம் இல்லாட்டி ஃபுட்டுக்கு அவனுக்கு அந்த காலத்தில் அந்த ஒரு வெறியே இருந்திருக்காது. ஃபுட்டு மேலே ஆசையே இல்லை, ஃபுட்டு சாப்பிட்டா ஒரு சந்தோஷமே இருக்காதுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். அப்போ ஆதி காலத்து மனுஷன் என்ன பண்ணியிருப்பான், சரி சாப்பாடு இல்லைன்னா அப்படியே உட்காந்துட்டு ஏதாவது டைம் ஓட்டலான்னு நினச்சிப்பான். ஃபுட்டு சாப்பிட்டா ஒரு சந்தோஷம், ஒரு திருப்தி, அது வந்தால் தான் அந்த டோப்மின் ஒரு கிக்கு வந்தால் தான் அவனுக்கு வேட்டையாடணும், ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணுங்கிற ஒரு கிக் இருந்திருக்கும். இல்லாட்டி எல்லாம் செத்து போயிருப்பான் இல்லையா. ஸோ this increased arousal and psychomotor activation is due to this dopamine release after taking food. The next is the emotional or impulsive eating. So stress nala eating, anxiety nala eating, depression nala eating. So this is mediated by this amygdala, prefrontal cortex, orbitofrontal cortex. So eating beyond hunger. So just the brief biology. So what studies have found that just like drugs of abuse, which increases the dopamine secretion from the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens, the food also from the lateral hypothalamus to the ventral tegmental through the orexin hormone actually releases dopamine just like substance of abuse. This is what recent studies have found. So ஒரு கொக்கைன் எப்படியோ ஒரு மற்ற ஒரு சப்ஸ்டன்ஸ் ஆஃப் அபியூஸ் எப்படியோ food or sugary food follows the same pathway and it even develops tolerance also just like a substance of abuse. So இனிஷியலாக ஒரு ஃபுட்டுக்கு இருக்கிற ரெஸ்பான்ஸை விட போக போக அதே ஃபுட்டுக்கு இருக்கிற ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் குறையும். Then we need to eat more food for getting the same kick, the dopamine kick. So this is what studies have found. So as we said, the emotional system, food is emotional. So நம்ம அடிக்கடி இந்த சோஷியல் மீடியாலாம் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஃபுட் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு சந்தோஷம், ஒரு இமோஷன் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி அடிக்கடி சொல்லுவாங்க பிரியாணி இஸ் அன் இமோஷன் அப்படிம்பாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி ஃபுட் இஸ் டெஃபினெட்லி இமோஷனல். ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் இன்க்ரீசஸ் கார்டிசால், இன்க்ரீசஸ் அப்படைட், இன்க்ரீசஸ் கிரேவிங்ஸ். anxiety, depression, everything can drive overeating. So this is emotional eating and not metabolic eating mediated through amygdala. Dopamine we saw. This ultra processed food hijack the dopamine. So நல்ல திருப்தியான மீல், நல்ல கலோரி, நல்ல நியூட்ரியன்ஸோட சாப்பிட்டு டோபமின் கிக் ஆகணும். பட் திஸ் அல்ட்ரா ப்ராசஸ் ஃபுட், ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு சால்ட் போட்ட நல்ல ஒரு சிப்ஸு, நல்ல ஒரு இனிப்பான ஒரு ஸ்வீட்டு, இதெல்லாம் இட் ஆக்டிவேட்ஸ் தீஸ் பாத்வேஸ் ஸ்ட்ராங்கர் தென் ஈவன் மெனி ட்ரக்ஸ். ஸோ பர்ஃபெக்ட் காம்போ ஆஃப் சுகர், ஃபேட்டு, சால்ட்டு, இந்த சிப்ஸு, இது ஓவர் ரைட்ஸ் த நேச்சுரல் சட்டைட்டி. So that is why over time the dopamine receptors down regulate and tolerance develop, just like a tolerance for substance of abuse, and the patient needs more food for the same reward. So இன்னைக்கு 50 கிராம் சிப்ஸ் கிடைச்ச சந்தோஷம் நாளைக்கு 50 கிராம் சிப்ஸ் கிடைக்காது, நாளைக்கு 100 கிராம் சாப்பிட்டா தான் கிடைக்கும். எக்ஸாக்ட்லி லைக் எனி அடிக்ஷன் டு எனி சப்ஸ்டன்ஸ் ஆஃப் அபியூஸ். So all these have to be controlled by the prefrontal cortex. That's the brake mechanism in our brain. So that's the executive function. But due to other factors, whenever there is sleep deprivation, whenever there is stress, that deactivates or suppresses the prefrontal cortex and the decision fatigue. And whenever the prefrontal cortex is weak, impulse takes over logic, cravings take over knowledge. So doctors நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, டாக்டர்ஸ் நிறைய பேர் கன்சல்ட் பண்ணும்போது சொல்லுவாங்க, டாக்டர் எனக்கு எல்லாமே எனக்கும் தெரியுது ஆனால் ஃபாலோ பண்ண முடியல அப்படிம்பாங்க. How much time more, sir? 5 minutes, sir. Okay. So this is why it explains 90% of the diet failures. So whenever the prefrontal cortex is weak, we know what to do, but we are not able to do. So how the triangle reacts? The emotion triggers eating, the reward sustains the craving, and the impulse fails to apply the brakes. So this emotional, reward and impulse triangle drives the binge eating, night eating, overeating, night biryani, adellame. So the vicious cycle, the emotion, reward, impulse, overeating nala again guilt, adanala more emotion, it's a vicious cycle again. So this is the cycle most obese patients live in. This is the truth. I have spoken to many people. என்கிட்ட வருஷம் ஒருக்க டயட்டுக்கு வருவாங்க, வருஷம் ஒருக்க ஏதோ ஒரு டைமில் டயட்டுக்கு வருவாங்க, அதே வெயிட் தான் இருப்பாங்க. அவங்களும் சொல்லுவாங்க, நல்லா கரெக்டாக ஆரம்பித்தேன் விட்டுட்டேன், அப்புறம் ஒரு சோகமாக இருந்துச்சு, அப்புறம் மறுபடியும் ரீஸ்டார்ட், இதே ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம். ஸோ ஹவு டு ஃபிக்ஸ் த சைக்காட்ரிக் ட்ரையாங்கிள், திஸ் வாட் ஐ ஹவ் புட் அப் ஃப்ரம் மை தாட்ஸ், பட் ஐ நீட் இன்புட்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் யுவர் சைட் ஆல்சோ. ஹவு டு ஃபிக்ஸ் த இமோஷன், மைண்ட்ஃபுல் ஈட்டிங், ஸோ அண்ட் ஜேர்னலிங். ஸோ ப்ராப்பர் ஒரு டைரி மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறது இட் ஹெல்ப்ஸ் அலாட். ஐ வில் ஜஸ்ட் ஷோ சம் எக்ஸாம்பிள்ஸ். இமோஷனல் லேபிளிங். ஸோ ஏதாவது ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ஸாக இருக்கணும்னா டக்குன்னு போய் நான் அதை ரிலீவ் பண்ணுறது ஃபுட் எடுக்கிறேங்கிறத விட, ஓகே ஐ எம் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அப்படின்னு தெரிஞ்சுட்டு அதை என்ன காரணமோ அதை அட்ரஸ் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணலாம். ப்ராப்பர் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். ஈவன் அ காக்னிட்டிவ் பிஹேவியர் தெரப்பி கேன் ஹெல்ப். மெனி ஸ்டடீஸ் ஆர் ஃபவுண்ட். ப்ராப்பர் ஸ்லீப் தெரப்பி, சோஷியல் சப்போர்ட் அண்ட் ட்ரீட்டிங் அண்டர்லைங் மூட் டிசார்டர்ஸ் கேன் ஹெல்ப். How to fix the reward? So reduce the sugar and the ultra processed foods which hack this dopamine limbic system. And the low carb diets or ketogenic diets, they stabilize the dopamine. I will show some studies. Scheduled protein feeding. So 3 hours once, 2 hours once, ஏதாவது ஒரு proteins உள்ள எடுத்துட்டே இருந்தா இது actually suppresses. So I didn't go into much biology. These proteins actually stimulate this neuropeptide Y. அது அங்கே போய் அந்த வென்ட்ரல் டெக்மெண்டல் அந்த நியூக்ளியஸ்லாம் போயிட்டு ஆக்சுவலி இட் காசஸ் வெரி குட் சட்டைட்டி. ஸோ ரொம்ப பசி கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ண முடியல அப்படிங்கிறவங்களுக்கு அப்பப்போ ஒரு 2 மணி நேரத்துக்கு ஒருக்க ஏதோ ஒரு ப்ரோட்டீன். அதனால அந்த ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணுறாங்க, ஜிம் அவங்கலாம் போகிறாங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 4-5 எக்கு சாப்பிடுவாங்க, அப்புறம் மறுபடியும் ஒரு 2 மணிக்கு ஒரு 2 மணி நேரம் கழிச்சு ஒரு சுண்டல் சாப்பிடுவாங்க, மறுபடியும் மத்தியானம் ஏதோ ஒரு மீட் சாப்பிடுவாங்க, ஏதோ ஒன்று உள்ளே போயிட்டே இருக்கும். தட் ஆக்சுவலி சப்ரஸஸ் திஸ். எக்ஸசைஸ் ரைசஸ் த டோபமின் பேஸ்லைன். இந்த மாதிரி இந்த ஷார்ட்கட் டோபமின் இல்லாமல் எக்ஸசைஸ், உண்மையான எக்ஸசைஸ், நல்ல எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணுறவங்க, நல்ல சைக்கிளிங், ஜாகிங், லாங் டேர்ம் வாக்கிங் போகிறவங்க, ஆக்சுவலி நல்ல ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணுறவங்களுக்கு அந்த ஒரு பிளிஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த ஒரு இந்த இதுலேருந்து வர ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் கிக் இல்லாமல் எக்ஸசைஸ்லேருந்து வர ஒரு நல்ல டோபமின் கிக் வரும். நாவல்ட்டி பேஸ்ட் ரிவார்ட்ஸ் ஆர் கேமிஃபிகேஷன் ஆஃப் த டயட்ரி ப்ராசஸ் கேன் பி ட்ரைட். ஐ வில் எக்ஸ்பிளைன். அண்ட் ஃபிக்ஸிங் த இம்பல்ஸ் கண்ட்ரோல். ஆஸ் ஐ செட், ரெடியூஸ் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ், இம்ப்ரூவ் ஸ்லீப், ரெடியூஸ் டெசிஷன் ஃபெட்டிக் அண்ட் மீல் ப்ரீ பிளானிங். ஸோ நம்ம நிறைய ஒவ்வொரு வேலையும் சாய்ஸ் இருக்குது அப்படின்னாவே கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகும். ஸோ டெய்லி ஒரே மாதிரி அப்படின்னா பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஸோ ரீசென்ட்லி ஐ சா இன்டர்வியூ ஃப்ரம் விராட் கோலி. ஹி டோல்ட், even if you ask me to eat same food every day for 5 years, I can eat. So he is an epitome of fitness among all the sports athletes. That's what he said. ஸோ நாம் வெரைட்டி இப்போ என்ன சாப்பிட்றது நைட் அண்ட் தோசை சப்பாத்தியா இந்த குழம்பா அந்த குழம்பா ஒரே ஃபுட் ஒரே மாதிரி அந்த டெசிஷன் ஃபெட்டிக்கே நம்ம இது பண்ணலாம். கமிட்மெண்ட் கான்ட்ராக்ட்ஸ், அக்கௌண்டபிலிட்டி குரூப்ஸ் நிறைய ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப் சப்போர்ட் குரூப் இருந்தால் பெட்டராக இருக்கும். அண்ட் மெடிகேஷன்ஸ் தட் மைட் இம்ப்ரூவ் த எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆல்சோ. ஸோ திஸ் காக்னிட்டிவ் பயாசஸ் தட் sabotage dieting. ஸோ ஆல் ஆர் நன். திஸ் காமன் sabotage ஐ எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ். நல்லா போயிட்டுருக்கோம், நல்ல வெயிட்லாம் குறைஞ்சிருப்பாங்க. சொல்லுவாங்க, சார் ஒரு நாள் கல்யாணத்துக்கு போனேன், நல்லா சாப்பிட்டேன், அடுத்த நாள் சரி நேற்று தான் நல்லா சாப்பிட்டோமேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இன்னைக்கு நான் அப்படியே சாப்பிட ஆரம்பித்தேன். அவ்வளோதான், டயட்டே எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சிடும். அவ்வளோதான், ஒரே நாள் தான் சாப்பிடுவாங்க. ஒரு சீட்டுனா டயட் முடிஞ்சதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதுலேருந்து வெளியே வந்துடுவாங்க. தென் கெட்டாஸ்ட்ரோஃபைசைசிங். ஸோ இப்போ குறைக்க முடியாதவங்க ஐ வில் பி நெவர் பி ஏபிள் டு லூஸ் வெயிட் அப்படின்னு அவங்களே நொந்துப்பாங்க. ரிவார்ட் ஜஸ்டிஃபிகேஷன். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி ரொம்ப டஃப்பாக இருந்துச்சு, ஸோ இன்றைக்கி ஒரு ஸ்வீட் சாப்பிட்டா ஓகே தான் அப்படின்னு நாமளே நம்மளை ஒரு ஜஸ்டிஃபை பண்ணிக்கிறது. இமீடியட் கிராட்டிஃபிகேஷன் பயாஸ் ப்ரிஃபர்ஸ் ஷார்ட் term taste over a long term health. So through CBT we can correct this thought feeling behavior linkage. ஸோ ஒரு சீட் பண்ணிடுறாங்க, ஒரு சீட் மீல் உடனே அவ்வளோதான் என்னோட டயட்டே போச்சுன்னு புலம்பாமல் ஓகே ஐ டீவியேட்டட் ஒன்ஸ், மேபி ஐ கேன் ரெஸ்யூம் ஃப்ரம் நெக்ஸ்ட் மீல் ஆர் ரெஸ்யூம் ஃப்ரம் டுமாரோ. ஸோ என்கரேஜ் ஜேர்னலிங். ஸோ எப்போ டீவியேட் பண்ணாங்க, ஸோ அதுக்கு அவங்க என்னென்ன மெஷர் எடுத்தாங்க, ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்தாங்களா அந்த ஜேர்னல் பண்ணால் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். ஸோ த பிஹேவியரல் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிஸ் கேன் பி கம்பைன்ட் வித் ஈவன் கேம் தியரி. ஒரு கொஞ்சம் டீவியேட் ஆகுறாங்களா, சரி ஒரு 500 ரூபாய் ஒரு டொனேஷன் கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ ஸ்டடீஸ் ஆஃப் ஃபவுண்டட் லாஸ் அவர்ஷன் இஸ் ஸ்ட்ராங்கர் மோட்டிவேஷன் தென் கெயின். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு சீட் பண்ணால் ஒரு 500 ரூபாய் இன்னைக்கு கோயிலில் போடணும் அல்லது ஒரு சேரிட்டிக்கு போடணும்னா அது அட்லீஸ்ட் ஸ்டிக் ஆன் பண்ணால் ஐயோ 500 ரூபா கொடுக்கணுமான்னு நம்ம பயந்துட்டு நம்ம இது பண்ணலாம். இது வந்து குரூப் சேலஞ்சஸ் அண்ட் பப்ளிக் அக்கௌண்டபிலிட்டி. ஸோ அந்த பப்ளிக் அக்கௌண்டபிலிட்டி ஒரு 4 குரூப் போட்டு எல்லாரும் போஸ்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க, நாமளும் போஸ்ட் பண்ணுறோம். ஒரு 4 பேர் வெயிட் லாஸ் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்க, கலீக்ஸ்குள்ளே ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப் போட்டு இது பண்ணால் 3 பேர் கரெக்டாக ஜிம்லாம் போனேன் நான் சாப்பிட்டேன் அப்படின்னு போடும்போது நாம ஒருத்தங்க இல்லை வேறு ஏதாவது போட்டால் நமக்கு ஐயோ ஒரு அக்கௌண்டபிலிட்டி போச்சேன்னு ஒரு பயம் இருக்கும். ஸோ வி ஹாவ் டு மேக் குட் பிஹேவியர் ரிவார்டிங் நவ் அண்ட் நாட் சம்டே. நீங்கள் ஒரு வருஷம் டயட் இருந்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு வருஷம் கழிச்சு ஆரோக்கியம் ஆவீங்க அப்படின்னா நம்ம மைண்ட் அதை ஏற்றுக்காது. இன்னும் அடுத்த வாரம் ஒரு ரிவார்டு வந்தால் நமக்கு ஒரு சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். ஸோ when a patient cannot follow a diet, ask whether it is emotion or it is reward or it is impulse. If we don't treat the emotional mind, the reward mind and the impulsive mind, no diet will ever work. So in brain gut axis, suppressing this dopamine hedonic reward system, disconnecting pleasure and food. That's what I tell the parents to the children. So இப்பயும் வந்து ஒரு சந்தோஷம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு ட்ரீட்டு ஹோட்டல் போகிறது. ஸோ சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே தே ஆர் லிங்கிங். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கேன், ஸோ அப்போ நம்ம ஸ்வீட்டாக சாப்பிடணும். சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கேன், நல்லா ஸ்நாக்ஸ் சாப்பிடணும், ஹோட்டல் போகணும். அப்போ ஃபுட் இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் லிங்க்டு சம்திங் லைக் அ ரிவார்ட். ஸோ அவாய்ட் ஈட்டிங் ட்ரீட்ஸ் ஆர் ஈட்டிங் அவுட் ஆர் கிஃப்டிங் ஸ்நாக்ஸ் அஸ் அ ரிவார்ட் சிஸ்டம். ஸோ அது மைண்ட் முன்னாடிந்தே மாற்றணும். மைண்ட்ஃபுல் ஈட்டிங்க்கு தட்ஸ் வாட் வி ஆல்வேஸ் சேம், அவாய்ட் கேட்ஜெட்ஸ் ஆர் டிவி வைல் ஈட்டிங். லிசன் டு அவர் பாடிஸ் ஹங்கர் அண்ட் ஃபுல்னஸ் சிக்னல்ஸ் அண்ட் ப்ராப்பர் ஃபீட்பேக் மெக்கானிசம். ஸோ திஸ் வாட் யூஸ்வலி என்னோட பேஷண்ட்ஸ்க்கு இந்த மாதிரி எழுதி சொல்லுவேன். நிறைய டைம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டயட் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு முன்னாடி சில சமயம் சரி ரொம்ப யோசிப்பாங்க, டயட் கன்சல்டேஷன் வந்தால் சும்மா எழுதிட்டு வாங்கன்னு சொல்லுவேன். அவ்வளோதான், நீங்கள் நான் டயட்லாம் கொடுக்கல, எழுதிட்டு 1 மாதம் கழிச்சு வாங்கன்னு சொல்லுவேன். ஸோ எந்த டயட்டும் இல்லாமல் எழுத ஆரம்பித்த பிறகு ஒரு 2 கிலோ குறைச்சிட்டு வருவாங்க. ஏன்னா எழுத ஆரம்பிக்கிறது நமக்கு பார்க்காத வரைக்கும் நமக்கு தெரியாது. எழுதுறதை நாமளே பார்த்தா ஓ இவ்வளோ சாப்பிட்டோமா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சரி நாளைக்கு கொஞ்சம் சரி கம்மியாக சாப்பிடுவோம் அப்படின்னு நம்ம நினைப்போம். ஸோ ஜேர்னலிங் ஆக்சுவலி ஒர்க்ஸ் வெரி வெல். ஸோ diet summarizing the gut for improving satiety, nutrient dense foods, hormones suppressing the insulin with less carbs, more protein and consolidation of meals, that is the time restriction, the brain suppressing the hedonic pathways with behavior intervention. So the last segment, it's a shorter segment but should be interest to the psychiatrists who are here. So how the mind shapes the plate pathom, how the plate shapes the mind, whether these metabolic dysfunction affects the brain pathways. So mental health is metabolic health at the neuronal level, because brain we all know 2% of the body weight but uses 20% of the energy. So stable energy metabolism is critical for mood and cognition, and insulin resistance, mitochondrial dysfunction, inflammation can disrupt the brain energy supply and cause psychiatric symptoms, study have found. So as I told, this insulin signal, it can cause brain insulin resistance through multiple pathways whenever there is hyperinsulinemia. and the oxidative stress, all these cytokines, that can again alter the mitochondrial structure, tolerance. It can affect the hypothalamic pituitary axis dysregulation. Adanala more steroids, more neurogenesis, neuroplasticity can decrease. Neuroinflammation, as I told, interleukin 6, TNF alpha, decreased brain-derived neuronal factor, all these can contribute to this. What? Insulin resistance in the brain, as I mentioned previously. It causes decreased utilization in prefrontal cortex and hippocampus. ஸோ இதனால் அது வரும்னு பார்த்தோம். பட் இந்த ஒபிசிட்டினால இன்சுலின் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் வந்து அதனாலேயே ப்ரீஃபாண்டல் கார்டெக்ஸ் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகலாம். ஸோ அப்போ இதை குறைச்சாலும் அவனோட ப்ரீஃபாண்டல் கார்டெக்ஸ் ஒரு பர்சனுக்கு இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகலாம். ஸோ த இன்சுலின் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் இன் வேரியஸ் ஸ்டடீஸ் ஆர் ஃபவுண்ட் கோரிலேட்டிங் வித் depression severity, cognitive decline, anhedonia. SSRIs often fail in insulin resistant patients until the metabolic dysfunction is addressed. And SSRI non-responders often have high fasting insulin, and any studies have found that with metformin or a low carb diet can improve. And PET studies have showed reduced cerebral glucose utilization in depressed or insulin resistant subjects. So various studies how the insulin resistance alters the dopamine turnover and causes behavioral disorders. And they have found a big Dutch cohort study, they found insulin resistance, how it predicts a major depressive disorder. So we all know obesity by way. So obesity can cause mood disorders. Mood disorders can propel obesity. Obesity can cause inflammation, insulin resistance, and diabetes. And this diabetes can dysregulate hypothalamic pituitary axis. That can again dysregulate and cause mood disorders. So எல்லாமே possible. இதுலேருந்து அது வரலாம், அதுலேருந்து இது வரலாம். So role of carbohydrates. Whenever there is high carbohydrate diet, there is reactive hypoglycemia, mood swings, irritability, and insulin spikes. Studies have found that any person with highest ultra-processed food intake, higher depression risk. And low carb diets actually stabilize this blood glucose and improve the emotional steadiness. Often I have seen many of my patients who are on treatment for insulin, bipolar disorder, after following a low carb diet, they have described a calm clarity replacing energy crashes. So this is from another study from British Journal of Psychiatry. So they have found that with the proper low carb diet, with the proper ketosis, the mood symptoms decrease considerably. Maybe if there is some some problems, even after that it will significantly. So many disorders, it can improve the mood stability. This I'm ending with just one practical case. 30-year-old female with obese, diabetes, who was on Nexito, Ativan and Topaz. This was in September 2022. Over a period of some 2 years, she lost around 20 kgs of weight. The pre-diabetes was reversed, and all the insulin resistance, the parameters, the CRP, everything got reduced. And after this, she was able to come out of all the medication. The treating psychiatrist had stopped all the medications. I don't know how it contributed, but I'm having lots of these patients who are experiencing a lot of improvement in this. So my take-home points: ancient genes in a modern food world create metabolic chaos. Insulin is the primary driver of fat storage. Visceral fat is an endocrine organ. The psychiatric triangle determines the diet success or failure. Insulin resistance alters the neurotransmission, and a low carb diet can definitely be a key factor in treating mood disorders also. And what improves metabolic health often improves mental health also, and the future might be metabolic psychiatry, treating mind and metabolism together. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Arun Kumar. That was very interesting and very, very different topic. I think this can be presented in any conference, not necessarily in psychiatry. I think any medical conferences. I also feel that it is applicable even to any common public also. Yes, and your presentation was so easy to follow. I think anybody would appreciate this. And now I understand that how you have 26 lakhs followers.
Thank you.
And yeah, you fully deserve that. Any opinion or any
Good morning, all. It was a very clear and lucid presentation regarding science also, and as well as our practical experience, everything. My question is, what about the newer drugs targeting GLP? Something to do with the obesity, because all these theories are being just altered by the introduction of these newer drugs.
Yes, sir. Sir,
GLP.
Yeah, the GLP-1, there's all this Monjaro,
Yeah.
Ozempic. They are primarily diabetic drugs. Through by GLP-1 agonist action, they peripherally and centrally they suppress the appetite. Suppress the appetite, and actually, what most patients feel, it is not a very happy feeling. So many of my patients who are on GLP drugs outside, they feel that எப்பவுமே வயிறு ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கிற மாதிரியே இருக்கு, சாப்பிடணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், பசி எடுக்குது, சாப்பிட முடியல, ஒரு வாந்தி வர மாதிரியே இருக்கு. ஸோ தே ஹாவ் சம் டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸ். And these GLP-1 drugs, they are able to sustain weight loss only when they are on GLP-1 drugs for lifelong. The patients who are currently on GLP-1, they are not understanding this. The companies are pushing it. But if the person is at least say diabetic plus obesity, there is a logic, because anyway he needs a diabetic drug.
Yes.
And instead of some other pro-obesogenic diet like glimepiride, they can take a GLP-1 drug. At least it will help manage both. But for a non-diabetic person to lifelong continue this GLP-1 drug for a moderate weight loss for lifelong is not possible, sir. This bubble will break soon. Please note my words, sir. After 1 or 2 years, these people are going to stop these drugs and they are going to experience rebound weight gain.
Almost like statins, you are telling, the lifelong continuation.
So statins will be needed, sir, if there is hyperlipidemia. But இங்கே வெயிட் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறதுக்கே GLP-1 வேணும். நிறுத்தினோடனே குறைஞ்ச வெயிட் மறுபடியும் வந்துடும். ஸோ இப்போ லைஃப் லாங் அந்த ட்ரக்கில் இருக்கணும், அது யாராலையும் முடியாதுங்க சார். மோஸ்ட்லி நான் டயபெட்டிக் பீப்புள் வில் ஸ்டாப் அட் சம் பாயிண்ட். இப்போல்லாம் எடுக்கிறாங்க, வெயிட் குறையுது, கொஞ்சம் சந்தோஷம். ரொம்ப வெயிட் லாஸ் இல்லைனாலும் ஒரு 8-10 kgs குறையுதுங்க சார். பட் டெஃபினெட்லி ரொம்ப நாள் இவங்களால் கண்டினியூ பண்ண முடியாது இந்த ட்ரக்கை.
Does bariatric surgery alter this all mechanisms you have told?
It can alter, sir. It can reduce the hunger signal because we are bypassing, we are resecting the stomach. It can all this. But even bariatric surgery, post-bariatric surgery, again, the people are hacking the bariatric surgery. Instead of eating a larger meal, they are eating
Frequent.
multiple smaller meals. And I've seen many people regaining the lost weight, 140 kg to 100 kg, again 140 kg, and now they are on diet. ஸோ புதுசாக டயட் வரவங்களுக்கு நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவேன், நீங்கள் சர்ஜரி பண்ணி மறுபடியும் வெயிட் குறைச்சி மறுபடியும் வெயிட் ஏறதுக்கு இப்போயே நீங்கள் டயட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு போயிடலாம் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ நாட் மெனி பீப்புள் ஆர் ஏபிள் டு சஸ்டெயின் த வெயிட் லாஸ் அச்சீவ்ட் த்ரூ பேரியாட்ரிக் சர்ஜரி. More than 30 to 40% rebound weight gain might be there, sir, if diet is not correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One practical questions for us. By evening hours, say around 6 or 7 o'clock, we feel hungry, and if we eat something, we are able to see cases till somewhere 9:30 or 10 o'clock. So what we have to do?
சார் அது டிபெண்ட் சார். அதாவது இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு ரொட்டீன் மீலையே நீங்கள் வீட்டிலேருந்து எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்துட்டு இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு ஈட், தட் இஸ் பெட்டர். இல்லாட்டி நீங்கள் 10 o'clock போயிட்டு ஒரு ரொட்டீன் கார்போஹைட்ரேட் மீல் சாப்பிடணும், தட் மே நாட் பி கரெக்ட். ஸோ நீங்கள் ரொட்டீன் மீலே வீட்டில் ஒரு ஈவினிங் வரும்போது ப்ராக்டிஸ் வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி டின்னரே எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்துட்டு ஒரு 6-7 மணிக்கு லைட்டாக சாப்பிட்டுட்டா பெட்டர். அப்புறம் 10 மணிக்கு போயிட்டு சும்மா ஒரு ஸ்நாக் மாதிரி ஏதோ நட்ஸு ஃப்ரூட்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி சாப்பிட்றது, தட் இஸ் பெட்டர், ராதர் தென் டேக்கிங் சம் ஸ்நாக் ஃபார் 7 o'clock, then going home at 10 and eating a high carbohydrate meal. The reversing that will be practically better, sir. Thank you, sir.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் அருண்.
Thank you, sir.
மேபி மந்த்லி ஒன்ஸ் நீங்க பேசுறது கேட்டுட்டே இருந்தா தான் நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு மோட்டிவேஷன் மெயின்டைன் பண்ண முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகே, we all try, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your crisp and clear presentation.
We request the organizing team to share his slides with his permission. Thank you, Dr. Arun. It was excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite our chairpersons to honor the speaker. Now I like to invite Dr. Nagarajan sir, consultant psychiatrist, Lotus Hospital, Erode, to honor Dr. Anand sir. Now I like to invite Dr. Anand Kumar sir, District Psychiatrist, Erode Headquarters Hospital to honor Kurunjinathan sir.
Let's move on to the interesting session on navigating relationship in the youth, chats to chatbots. We would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Babu Balasingh sir, Vice President TNIPS, Senior Psychiatrist, Thiruvarur Medical College. And we also like to invite Dr. Ganeshan sir, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist, Madurai. Let's invite our speaker, Dr. Hema Tharoor ma'am, Senior Consultant at Apollo Spectro Hospitals.
Good morning. I take immense pleasure, pride, and joy in chairing Madam's session. Thank you so much for. I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to chair the session. It's a wonderful topic. We are all dealing with adolescents. Especially, we often witness adolescent population are getting hooked to chatbots for emotional gratification. Slowly, because this virtual world, because of its non-judgmental way of approach, and it doesn't reject anybody, adolescent population gets hooked to it throughout day and night, and it eats up their night time also. So screen time gets increased, and it poses a great challenge for the parents too. And eventually, they get isolated. They confine themselves to four walls, always getting hooked to chatbots. We are often witnessing it. It's a great challenge for each one of us to deal with it. So, very happy that we have got a wonderful speaker today. I would request my chair to introduce the speaker.
A very good morning to you all, and I am happy to introduce the speaker, Dr. Hema Tharoor, who is a senior consultant at Apollo Spectra Hospitals, and she has over 25 years of experience in the field of psychiatry, and she has received Dr. TMA Pai Gold Medal for Excellence in Medical Research, and she has completed a NIH Fogarty Postdoc Fellowship in ADHD at Washington School of Medicine. She has contributed to other awards such as the Kumar Award for Best Paper in Psychotherapy twice, and she has over 50 publications in both national and international index journals. And she is an LGBTQ affirmative mental health profession, and this is a particular area which she is doing a lot of work, and we all know Hema Tharoor as someone who is working in this particular area, and she has a very large practice and clients from this community. And over to Madam.
Madam also contributed a lot in Manthan psychotherapy debates, whether it is adult ADHD or borderline PD or bipolar or psychotic disorders like schizophrenia. She has contributed a lot to IPS, and even she has spoken on negative symptoms of schizophrenia in Thursday musings too. So very happy, Madam, to chair this session.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, and At the outset, I just want to thank our president, Dr. Sadanand, and the organizing committee here. And it's always a pleasure. Dr. Sadanand and me come from the same medical college where we trained. So it was like, one of your own family inviting you, and it's always a pleasure. Dr. Arun, thank you so much. I think it was a pleasure hearing you. And I think watching Sendil and all I think, I don't know about the youngsters, but we all felt wonderful here, and really pleasure listening to you. I have the privilege of seeing a lot of adolescents, and now parents are just injecting them with Munjaro in Chennai. So I think we should talk more with you and have, like your previous chairperson said, I think you have to go out there and do this more often. Thank you very much. I'm just going to shift focus to young minds these days, and அவங்க எப்படி காதலில் சொதப்புறாங்கன்னு பார்க்கலாம். And I'm just going to shift you all into digital love, the new terminologies. Many a times when children meet me, I always think, thank you, Times of India. அங்கே தான் கொஞ்சம் இந்த terminologies எல்லாம் வரும். It improves our knowledge. But rapport building, it's very, very important that you know what they're talking about, the words they use, because otherwise they think, ayo, in the amma vayasachu, they don't understand what you're trying to say. So I'm going to do a little bit of the modern love language, go into AI chatting, what we can do as parents, and keep time in mind also. So I just want to take you through Gen Z, Gen Alpha, how, the phone is the new Instagram or TikTok. I mean, luckily TikTok is banned, but Instagram, Snapchat, and online is the new parent. And we are living in a digital culture, so we can't do anything. And because of that, slang matters, how they speak to you matters, what they tell you in the clinic matters. A lot of time, if English theriyumana doubt they use few words, it's acronym, which I'll show you all in a few minutes. It's very confusing when they tell you. So you have to decode it to help, because otherwise it's a huge generational gap that we find when we deal with our adolescents. So roughly, all of us need to know, Gen Z is the 1997 to this period, and Gen Alpha is 210 to 225. So last week also I had a gentleman, maybe on the, probably you'll say, high functioning Asperger's. He said he's very happy, in love with his AI companion. So the mother came in and said, Madam, theriyala he had a name for her. He said, Edo Kadal. So I was talking to the boy and I realized it's an AI companion chatting with her and ours together. So there's screen addiction. I think luckily sir talked about, Dr. Arun alluded to addiction, food addiction, similar pathway in screen addiction, AI companion. Love can be addictive too. So the whole addiction there. So what are we seeing in digital dating revolution is, it's a very app-based connection, instant communication, instantly you're gratified, and very hard to set boundaries when it's digital, right? You don't know because of how are they establishing boundaries. Earlier, I'm not revealing my age, we had the black telephone, காதல்னு ஒரு லெட்டர் வந்தாலே பிரச்சனை ஆகிடும் வீட்டில். Now you don't know what's happening inside a closed room, what's happening between children. So the then and now communication, I think very rarely do you see an inland letter, that writing in a postcard and all. I think youngsters don't have it, and that's how we have transformed. So what are the terms? I'm going to cause a kuti tsunami in E-Road, okay, today, and teach you all some terms here. So initially, in any digital love or what happens is, it's the talking phase. Some people stretch it more. They like to tell you when they come into your clinic, so what's happening? Oh, nothing, doctor. We are in the talking phase. So you'll think, oh, pesranga. No, we're just figuring things out, they'll tell you. So it's a very gray area. They are just starting to know each other. Sometimes it can stretch indefinitely. This is the first ship I'm going to drop for all of you, is the situationship. In situationship, again, they may be just, doing couple things, but they don't have any official commitment. There is a lot of tension and confusion. Very commonly, they don't go into what are we, what do we mean to each other, but a situation exists between them. And they can come to you with issues related, emotional issues like jealousy, anger, irritability, because, without any grounds to exclusivity. The other term, so first talking, situationship, it's called DTR. That's why I said I'm going to drop terms here. It's define the relationship, which is there is a build-up, the conversation, and the outcome. So sometimes they just tell you that we are in DTR conversations, and then so I ask them then, what is that? They say, oh, we are yet to define the relationship. And there's also a lot of anxiety which young people, and many a time you see a lot of this when they're doing online chatting, they've not met the person, and a lot of them say that we have yet to define the relationship. This is very common. Mostly, see, here we don't have winter and we don't see the seasons, but in the West, it's called the cuffing season, where winter time people get together. So apparently in the West, New York Times had a very good post about this, saying how dating apps make a lot of business. Now from August till springtime, then breakup happens. So in peak is October through February, dating app activity will increase, may lead to genuine relationships long term, but this is the term. So 6 months ago, I had somebody from the US who said, oh, doc, I'm just in cuffing period. So, that was the first time I said, okay, what do you mean by cuffing? And then learned cuffing from the person. So one big advice for us is to learn from them, because sometimes the terms they throw, you may not be aware at all. This is called sneaky link. It's a very secret hookup. Hookup means they're in a relationship. They keep it under the wraps. So you'll normally hear them say hook up, pick up. These are the words. Please don't judge them for saying that. Motivation is they have a nice privacy about it. They feel that, hey, will we be judged because they're doing this? And they keep it very sneaky, very, very secretive. And they'll tell you that this is what is happening. This is very common now. It's called benching and breadcrumbing. A lot of IT guys cry about it. They'll say, madam, and a bench pannitanga. And I don't know how all the women here may kill me, but I don't know what food, what air the last 5 years women are eating and breathing. The men are all the same. Men get benched, and women are not very tolerant these days in relationships. So most of them come to you with problems like this, where they say, okay, she's moved on with another person, and I have been benched. Like in IT language, they will say, no, they're still in a job, but they're benched. So in a relationship also, the person is benched. The benched person says he or she is never a priority. It's very emotionally manipulative, because the person doesn't know where they are with the other person. Breadcrumbing is where you're giving little attention, occasional text, occasional plans. Again, you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs to the other person, so the other person does not know. I don't know if you'll remember, one Hutch ad used to be there. One cute pug will follow the girl. Wherever you go, I will follow you. So breadcrumbing is like this. You get small crumbs, a lot of emotional frustration with that. This is ghosting was already there. Now the new one is called submarining. You're like a submarine who, the ghost completely ghosts you. The person doesn't communicate at all. Submarine comes in between, gives you little hi, bye, and then disappears. So again, in ghosting, it's radio silence, sudden unexplained cutoff. The ghost reappears again and acts like nothing happened. So that is the difference between ghosting and submarining. Love bombing, again, lot of affection they'll show in between. They bomb you with things, grand gestures, but it's a huge red flag. A lot of, I mean, during COVID times, there was huge YouTube. There's one person in particular, I think she's on a war against narcissistic personality. So there's a lot of videos on narcissism in which she talks about love bombing. Just remember that nowadays when you see the whole 17 to 35, let's say, that age group especially, or even younger, they come and tell you how it's brief interactions, lot of attention given. And then when the person comes and tells you how heartbroken they're depressed, you will notice that they've been love bombed, very unhealthy dynamics, and like I said, narcissism. A bit of flag we call about, which the young people use, is pink flag, gray flag. Now, thanks to this emoji world, there's beige flag, red flag. So red flag, serious warning signs. Beige is where you understand that this person is very dull, boring. So sometimes they will tell you, oh, he's a beige flag. So you have to understand he's a beige flag. We will think, oh, cream. So beige flag means boring guy or girl. Gray flag is very inconsistent behavior. Pink is minor, it's not a deal breaker yet, nothing major serious yet. The other words are called simp and risk, okay? This person has a risk factor, means it's like, hey, you're looking more in terms of sexual appeal and this person is attractive. So these are the words that I'll just come to that. The next is snack and GYAT. So GYAT again is an acronym for girl. It's like you're sort of describing that person's attribute, and it was very popularized in TikTok. Snack is again, imagine, it's nice I'm following Dr. Arun's lecture. Snack is a love term, endearing term, good enough to eat. And it's a playful, food-based compliment that somebody is very appealing, and I'm not asking Arun sir to comment on calories here, so it's like that. It's the person is talked about as a snack. Ick factor, okay? The ICK factor, common icks. So they'll tell you, hey, this person has an ick for me. Running, just imagine, common icks are treating service staff poorly, baby talking to pets excessively, running to catch the bus. I actually saw this and thought, we all ran behind Pallavan. I don't know what this is. Poor hygiene or grooming habits in the person. Chewing with mouth open. If you make a lot of sound, you don't smell. All this is ick factor being talked about by Gen Z and Alpha. ILA, again, I love you, and now it's texpectations, okay? What you expect through text. Anxiety surrounding texting frequency, response time, message tone. Should I double text? Why haven't they replied? And you've seen that a lot of them have this, we know with screen addiction, they have ringxiety. They think their phone is ringing, or sometimes you also feel as if you're going to lose your phone. A constant feeling you're going to lose your mobile phone, which is nomophobia. So just these are the new terminologies again. There's dry texting and fexting. Dry texting is no emojis or enthusiasm, delayed responses, never initiates conversation. Fexting is fighting exclusively over text messages, misunderstandings multiply, and all this. Future-proofing, freak matching is there, where you already sort of check the person out for your future before you, there's no commitment again. And sometimes when you go for the random, like you could online randomly match, it becomes a freak matching. Delulu, you all must have heard, the shorter form for delusion, short of delusional romantic fantasies, not grounded in reality. Often I think I'm being in Delulu, my crush. Nowadays, they'll tell you, I think I'm in Delulu, I love my office boss, and they use the word Delulu very often. Enmeshment, like we all know, that the person is very enmeshed, preventing personal growth. There's also called pocketing and launching strategies. Pocketing meaning you're deliberately hiding your partner from social circles, family circles, keeping them away from public life. Little overlap with sneaky relationship, which I told you. Hard launching, this is the word which you're making full announcement of your relationship. Soft launch is also there, where you're very cryptic. You've not yet hard launched the person in soft launch, you're not very sure. He may be in the pink area. You want to see if this guy is good for future. So you'll be very cryptic in your Instagram posts and otherwise. And you leave the people confused. So they'll tell you, oh, he's just a soft launch for me. He's not yet hard launched. Cannonballing and freckling is there, which I'm just coming to in a bit. I'll tell you all. There is dink lifestyle and dry dating. Dink is, all of you know, dual income, no kids, is what is the lifestyle. Dry dating is where you abstain from alcohol during dates and you have genuine connection, better judgment, compatibility, and intensity. I've talked about the flag system in detail, but just to tell you all that, remember, from green to red, red is serious, green is positive, pink is okay, only minor concerns, beige is neutral, gray totally the boring, ambiguous between gray and cream, I mean beige. This helps them because that's how they communicate with each other and that's how they do it. Freckling is like freckles. You've noticed people having freckles on and off. And cannonballing is when you suddenly, like love bombing, you go on one like full stream and then you drop the ball. That's used. So I gave you all some terms. Now the latest is called Shrekking. All of you must have heard the movie Shrek. You take so it's actually, I find it very offensive, but you choose a partner who's ugly. I mean, that's how they've defined it. And I think it's very, nowadays, it's very, derogatory to say that you would consider a human like that. But that's, again, the term. They have a partner who's not aesthetically appealing to them. And they say, I'm shrekking with this person. So that's the latest. Some generational and gender perspectives, very important if we're dealing with them. Because girls and boys, and of course, it's a different dialectic when you deal with the genders. It's a big challenge because if you don't decode the slang, many a times they come and tell you that, they share with you, right? They say that they met a mental health professional and they'll say that they didn't understand my language. So my first 2 sessions sometimes is about just listening to them and learning. And now thanks to K-pop and Korea, and I don't know what Korea has done to Tamil Nadu, it's a real, you have to spend two sessions understanding their cultural impact of the digital world, and the whole and now Korea has come out with small drama series, like mini series it's called. So you have a lot of kids addicted to that, wanting to mimic that, and it's very, very hard for them. And so you're looking at rapport building, trust, non-judgmental stance, very client or patient-centered, and just hear them out. Because you have parents bringing them in, parents feeling helpless, don't know what to do with these children. And like I said, this AI companion, you need some time to understand. You can't, because I remember this kid told me that the previous doctor laughed. So they feel very upset if you laugh at them and they're talking about a story like this. Gen Alpha's emerging influence, what is it? They're all digital natives, as we call them. There's an accelerated awareness of everything. They're very hyper-connected. They're going to shape our world. So it's literally, they'll define what 2030 looks like. Social media, TikTok is creating a lot of algorithm, right? What they use, what they adopt, and how they evolve. And I feel there's an entire generation, I don't know how you all feel, but in Chennai, when we meet the children, so entitled, not very, very hard, very arrogant. So it's like as if they just don't care, right? And then at some level, it's because of this whole digital influence, you spend a lot of time just understanding how that their perspective is without judging them at all. What has happened to this modern day, the way they're dating? I think my youngest child in love right now is a 9-year-old. And 9-year-old got very anxious because her classmate kissed her, came with severe OCD, was going on washing her face. And then she said, I'm in love. And she told me, Auntie, you're very old. 9 itself, Kadal Vandano, she said. So the point in modern day dating and slangs, what is the positive and negative? I'm just putting about how teens speak out. A relationship lasted 6 months. They are in the gray zone, like what I told about the gray flag, learnt about red flags and love bombing. They use the word toxic a lot. The relationship is very toxic. They got ghosted. They are in DTR. So when they say all this and they are crying, it helps to know the terminologies they are using. Healthy relationships, it's better that we recognize the flags. How do you communicate with them? I always, since I work with also the LGBTQIA, it's always better to embrace fluidity, the relational fluidity of our adolescent and teens. Just like I tell them, gender is fluid, orientation is fluid. So I tell them to wait. You hear them out is very, very important. Otherwise, you label them immediately. They get very, very sad. And then they end up hurting themselves. And we all know the risk of self-harm and suicide is exponential in this age group. So what are the tips, takeaways? Please learn the slang. I sometimes in Tamil, now see in English it's so easy to say risks, and in Tamil it's very difficult. So I sometimes say, kurumbu, sweet. I make it sound more palatable for the parent, but you have to tell the parent that this is what the kid is trying to say. Encourage honest conversation. I always nowadays, if I find, now my youngest who's sexually active is about 14, 15. I try and liaise with the gynec. HPV vaccination. So all this comes into it. So please have a sexual health conversation with these people, what they share online, photos. Snapchat has an interesting feature. Apparently, you send a photo before the boy or the girl receives it, you can delete the photo. Then that person is waiting in anticipation. Again, you send it. So that becomes gaming. It's a very addictive process. So it's very, very important that you teach, have an honest conversation with them, gain their trust. They will always ask you, please don't tell parents. So it's very, very important that you decide kind of where are they going, safety, and then, but please don't break confidentiality, and you have to tell the parents to model a very healthy communication. If they are going to be on their cell phones, screen time, and they are doing a poor modeling, you can't expect the children to do so. And right now, situationship ghosting risks dominate the youth vocabulary across platforms. They're coming, like I said, shrekking is the new term, and we'll keep on learning what will be the newer terms as time goes by. So in summary, we have some complex, love lives happening, digital influence. We need to have cross-generational understanding and to navigate. I also want to just touch upon chatbots, which is changing the landscape of youth relationships. 72% have more or less interacted with AI companions. 50% are very regular users. From human to digital, it's very, very AI mediated, and there's a lot of, the whole social evolution is sort of an adolescent development is going into digital connections. Traditional teen chats have become, so if you notice, the word is called as fubbing, where somebody is snubbing you and having the phone in hand. So when you're going for a dinner, you see all the children or even adults, they're all on the phone in a restaurant. Nobody's talking to each other. That's called fubbing, okay? So in Bangalore, they made a good policy. If you enter the hotel and leave the phone outside, you get a 50% off on your order so that you'll talk and communicate with each other. There's a lot of AI chats like Character AI, Replica, and Snapchat, like I told you. It's a very popular chatbot. And why teens are turning to AI companions, this curiosity, entertainment, novel experiences. And because the AI has been created in such a way to be your companion, quote unquote, they feel very happy, feel secure, there's no rejection. What I said, ghosting, submarining, nothing is happening. They're very, very happy with the interaction with the AI companion. Just imagine, a third choose AI for serious conversations, 33% prefer AI for deep talks, 25% share personal information with the AI. And it's a big outlet for loneliness elevation. And so a lot of the kids and young adults who meet me, who are a little bit nerdy, socially isolated, little anxious, all are very hooked on to this, don't feel the need to make human connections at all. A friend who listens 24/7, that's what an AI companion is. And they all say that this person will never abandon us unless we delete them. So that is the biggest strength of having an AI, which human friendships cannot match. I mean, that's what they say. The human-like appeal of an AI chatbot quickly. This is very nice. I just thought, since we are in a CME, the anthropomorphism, where a code feels very human. There's empathy, there's expression, and there's so much of beta testing that an AI companion goes through that really it feels so like a human. So there's a lot of convincing illusion and genuine understanding. Studies by Van Olfen, when he looked at what is the whole AI feeling, this is the results that came out. This AI psychophany, which there's constant agreement, design in play, because a lot of AIs, now we are AI getting revolutionized. So there is a feeling, it's creating an illusion of attachment, feeling understood. In fact, when I asked few kids, hey, you can't hug your AI. So they said, Ponga doctor, though iPad, one fellow said, he took the phone and said, Patukonga, he showed me how he's hugging the phone onto his chest. He said, AI hugged me, I hugged the AI, that's all is enough for me. I don't want. Then when you probe a little further, he said, oh, even my mom doesn't like to be hugged, So sometimes when we go back to age-old, the importance of touch and the sense of being cared for is very, very important with chatbots. A little bit of some real stories. It was a tragic loss. A 14-year-old Sybil was linked to emotional dependence on an AI companion. And then in 2024, you all must have, it was very famous for listen to the chat and then, died by suicide. It was very, very, so that's a lot of critique related to AI companions and mental health. Violent and dangerous AI interactions are happening, which we need to understand, and the regulatory gaps are there. So Barry et al. In 2025 looked at we should expose, exposing the real life risks with these kind of usage. There is a withdrawal from reality. What happens if a teen is hooked on to a chatbot, neglecting real life friendships, responsibility, deepening isolation, and a vicious cycle of loneliness? When real friends are replaced by virtual friends, that's what is really happening. And I think in Japan, especially where being alone, I think it was 3 years ago, I was doing this talk on love and in a city college. And then for that data, when I was looking, he actually married an AI, So it's going to that extent where, people are looking at this. So identity exploration, social skill, and a lot of the LGBTQ gang feel very validated because they feel very marginalized, and that's also been highlighted here. And AI, the helping them in improving social skills is also there. That's the other thing. And identity exploration, because it's a judgment-free space. That's what I'm trying to go on repeating. Negative outcomes are the risk and misinformation, sexual content exposure, offensive stereotypes, and chatbot can, already we are struggling with Dr. Google. Now chatbot starts advising, and that's another biggest risk. It's a very emotional roller coaster software. So the only violence nowadays, I mean, for people like this, I get is when the parents do control, take away the digital off the internet, then there is violence, because that's equivalent to a breakup from their AI companion. And the grief is very similar to a real romantic breakup. There was one boy who, I was even thinking of admission because he went into starvation and, like threatening to end his life and manipulating. He got dehydrated because they pulled away the screen control because he was spending a lot of hours. When the father looked into the chat history, it was with the whole AI chatbot. So teens and AI relationships are going on being documented. And this whole thing about self-reporting systems, platforms, how do they check, right? If you have a minor who's checking in, age can be falsified, inadequate verification, risk. So it's a lot of risk out there with this. Current design, we need some critical thinking prompts to help the children. Is it an emotional resilience building place? Is it a safe space even if it is digital? And the current design, in some things, there's a lot of constructive conflict. And let's say if it is a maladaptive belief and negative reinforcement, then the child may get drawn into it repeatedly and unhealthy patterns can increase. Commercial pressure, so the platforms don't care, if I can say, quote unquote, and profit versus protection becomes a huge issue. Data privacy and collection practices, especially when they tell you that pictures are out there and they are totally oblivious to data privacy. What can we do to help this whole chatbot revolution as parents? Again, I'm just repeating like Arachamavu, start judgment-free conversations, understand without a panic, approach AI companion use with curiosity rather than immediate condemnation, healthy boundaries, while respecting the child's autonomy, ask questions, please learn from the child and encourage a balance, because you'll have to all our kids have grown up now, the Gen Alpha, or Gen Z, they don't know no. They hear no, it's one riot at home. So then, and like Sir just commented saying that I think we reward everything with food. So French fries is like, if I can, when Sir was talking, I was thinking, oh my God, for everything my daughter says French fries, and I'm guilty to agreeing for French fries. So it's like that, we reward it with food. So is there another way to have a healthy balance for this screen addiction, chatbot addiction? Lead digital literacy effort in schools especially. I think if as parents can and we as psychiatrists and psychologists, mental health professionals, liaise with the school, educate the children about open classroom discussion on this, safe navigation. There are some way to have security control, but I had a couple of kids who said they know how to hack their father's security control online. So some critical discussion in that effort. Policymakers, again, to have definitely have clear safeguard. I know when PUBG was banned, I know all of us must have been treating, and then all those kids came back and said, oh ma'am, some site they told me, torrents, where you can download the entire PUBG. They said, all Modi fans apology. They said, what Modi? Haha, naga Modi allam beat panni PUBG eduthutom. So I'm saying kids are super smart these days that they outwin all of us. Tech companies to design these things with kids' safety in mind, reduce harmful content, promote positive outcome. Age is very, very important because all these kids lie. If it's 18 and above, they manage to do some sneaky stuff to enter in. And it's very, very important that we protect them. How do we look ahead? Just my last 2-3 slides. AI as a social tool and not to replace. I think nothing can beat us. I mean, I'm sounding grandiose, but hey, they can augment with an AI, but let's not substitute. Can we have hybrid models where AI is supported for peer interaction and leveraging technology? I actually had 4 months back, one young girl came to me and I said, "Who referred you?" So she said, "Oh, AI." So I said, "AI?" She said, No, I've been talking to the AI. AI said, "This is all I can help you. Now go meet a psychiatrist." Okay. So, I mean, children are like, I mean, hats off at one level, but it's also scary when you see all this. What are the emerging trends thanks to metaverse and virtual companions is most of our children are immersing in digital worlds. There's a persistent issue with virtual identity. There's a lot of blending of social spaces. Most of them, if you ask them, do you go out? Do you play? Do you meet your friends? All of them don't want. And even in the gaming field, there's a lot of I met somebody 10 days back. He's a commentator for the high level online gaming and hooked on. I said, "How many hours?" He said, 12 hours. Okay, from 6 in the evening to 4 a.m. or sometimes till 6 a.m. And a lot of integrated AI companions and everything. So it's like Avatar that they make creating new relationships with AI and creating more users in this way because they want you to immerse in this. So I don't know if any of you, I think last week, Elon Musk has launched his phone. I don't know if many of you saw the reel. And so most of them will get fascinated by that, right? No SIM, no this. And then there is somebody who said, "Oh, all this data is going into his Neuralink because he wants to study how you think and control technology." So this is there and it's better that we all know about it. Ethical, I just want to spend 1 second on ethical AI development for adolescents. We should understand their children's transparent communication, very, very important. And we need young people to design this also. I'm sure they're looking into it because there's a lot of noise, like the studies I quoted. And to have diverse needs across cultures, identities, and abilities for when you develop things like this, because you have to understand the brain, neuroscience, adolescent, age-appropriate development when you do this. And building healthy digital futures is very, very important. And while we navigate, I started from love to chatbot love. Please remember that AI is here to stay. It's a complex reality. It's a complex love. Earlier, it was so easy to say, "Oh, kaadalil sodapuvadu eppadi," and just leave it with human. But now you have human, you have AI, you have multiple relationships. So our job is becoming tougher. It's like going for a buffet for a wedding where you have so many things when somebody walks into your room. So call for action is empower youth in the age of AI companions, foster a dialogue, champion safe experiences, and build a digital wisdom for these children, because it's very, very important that we have to prioritize. And I think school mental health, school is a big area to focus on. Thank you very, very much for a very patient listening and take questions.
Excellent presentation, madam. I strongly felt as if I am getting deported to another world when I was listening to all these terminologies, complex terminology that adolescents were using when they engage in chatbot relationships, virtual relationships. Having said that, as you mentioned, we need to give enough space for these adolescents who are getting addicted to it. Most importantly, as you mentioned, we should be non-judgmental and unconditional, and at least may have to be able to spend at least few minutes with them, listen to them, and we should learn all these terminologies. Most importantly, we should not get spoiled. There is a chance that get addicted to it, but jokingly saying this, but we need to learn all these terminologies and we should use these terms to get close to them. Otherwise there is going to be a big void that's going to happen between parents and children. So wonderful, madam. Nice listening to you.
தேங்க்யூ மேம். வெரி இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவ். ஆனால் நிறையா புது லாங்குவேஜ் எல்லாம் கற்றுக்கிட்ட மாதிரி இருந்தது. பட் தேங்க்யூ. ஜஸ்ட் ஐம் கியூரியஸ், இப்போ உங்கள் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுல டு யூ see a sex difference between number of girls and number of boys who present with these difficulties?
So in adolescence now, I think girls come to seek help because I think behaviorally, so how they cope with the problem. So you'll find that both of them, let's say in a gender difference, the women or the young adolescent child, there is a lot of not eating, cutting. It's very overt behavior, so the parents bring. Boys are very subtle, so all this is happening. They may smoke up, drug abuse, other ways of coping. And then, the externalizing behavior nowadays more overt in girls, and they are brought in. And like Sir was saying, a lot of emotional eating we are seeing across this population, and a lot of obesity, where primary issue is all this, and then there's a lot of overeating.
I am myself being a pediatrician, I have this doubt. So I am witnessing excellent talk, ma'am. First of all,
Thank you.
I am witnessing an decreased attention span over a period of years. I'm as a social media a person in social media. I'm witnessing this very rapidly. So sir சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாரு, டாக்டர் பால் மாதிரி இன்னும் ஃபேமஸ் ஆகணும்னு சொன்னார். When Dr. Pal and I are good friends, and when he started his channel, he used to discuss with me. I used to publish long videos in 2018, which were 15 to 20 minutes long. So obesity ன்னு ஒன்று எடுத்து என்ன பெத்தாலஜி எல்லாம் சொல்லுவேன். நார்மல் தமிழில் people used to listen, ஒரு 5 lakh 10 lakh people பார்ப்பாங்க. By 2020, that COVID time, when Dr. Pal, Dr. Santosh Jacob, they started their social media, they started putting short videos, 60 seconds. இப்போ தான் வந்து 180 seconds இருக்குது, அப்போ 60 seconds. When they started, I thought 60 secondsல போய் என்ன கான்செப்டை நம்ம எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண முடியும், இதில் என்ன புரிய வைக்க முடியும் அப்படின்னு நினச்சேன். Now, what I am seeing is people are not able to see a content more than 3 to 4 minutes at all.
Yes.
Their attention span is only 60 seconds. Even in that 60 seconds, their attention span is just 10 to 15 seconds. They call it as a hook. So in the 60 seconds, they first to 5 seconds attractive aayilana, they move to the next reel. They swipe. From the first year of the 1 year baby we are seeing in ward admitted for diarrhea, they are swiping. Interest இருந்தா அந்த குழந்தை பார்க்குது, இல்லாட்டி அந்த 5 seconds. So இந்த சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் இப்போ ஹூக் வைக்கணுங்கிறான். ஸோ 5 seconds தான் attention span. So what is the impact on this attention deficit or ADHD or overall their development, career? What is their impact?
So 100%, it's like the chicken and egg story. I mean, since my topic was love and chatbot and relationship, but net is what you said. You had that nice slide on dopamine, amygdala, prefrontal. Prefrontal is telling you, all of us itself, the response inhibition, ivlo screen, don't watch it. But you have all, I think, become an addicted world to, it's either a technologically addicted person to a non-addicted binary. I mean, all of us. But to answer very specifically what you're saying, what I am thinking is American Academy, you can share better. They say 2 hours in a week. Nobody follows it. And so they're all exposed to screen. And then we are seeing that higher ADHD, attention span is very, very less. So even like what I was putting those terms about risks and all that. So when you ask them, they will tell you one is on breadcrumb, one is situation. So they'll say, this is 30 minutes, 30 seconds, he caught my attention. So I've hooked. The other I'm picking up. So 100%, sir. Okay. Yeah. So ADHD is, and in fact, we all in ADHD discussions, we say, whether it is bidirectional, no, ADHD brain got exposed to so much screen, we are seeing it more. Illa screen is causing
ADHD.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As Dr. Ganesh said, I also had the feeling of being alienated from this current scenario. But as real psychiatrists, we should clear the points, madam. My doubt is whether these developmental stages of adolescence or child are becoming altered or being altered or getting changed, because We used to say the concrete thinking gets into abstract, the abstract ability gains in the period of the second decade, probably from 12 to 14 or 15. Most of the things you are telling is just neologisms or fantasy thinking of these children. Whether they will sustain, and what is the highest age of the individual you have come across this? Any adult with this type of behavior are using these words? Because we are not exposed to this, except one rural girl came and her elder sister told me, "Sir, romba Korean serial paakudhu." That day only I realized that Korean serials are being telecast. I didn't know that. That is very recent, before 6 months or 9 months, because we are somewhat in the remote south. So I thought these would be in the same thing as in the metros. And what about the drug abuse with these individuals? These psychedelic drugs and other things which are being used in this population. And one more question is, if you are going to create awareness in the schools, are we doing harm by teaching them or exposing them to these unknown things to unknown children? Because these will be shared in a very close user group or in the peer group with the same thinking. Only that I think it will be only minimal. If you take a number of 60 students in a class, I think only 5 or 10 will be doing just in the earlier periods. Are we going to generalize it by teaching them or making them more public to the in the media? These are my questions, ma'am.
So I'll start with the third one, sir. So mostly, maybe because I practice in Chennai and I was earlier in Manipal, and so my exposure is this is existing because I also a child psychiatrist. I see a lot of children and online when they're exposed to. So they come to you with, this is what I was pointing out. They are coming to you with eating disorders, okay? And we don't see, so there's sudden loss in weight. There's a lot of Korean across Tamil Nadu. There's 2 kids who ran off, was caught at Chennai airport with 5,000 rupees. But some from interior Tamil Nadu, 2 children wanted to go to Korea to meet the K-pop gang, okay? So, sir, it is there, okay? How we young, old, we accept the reality would be better that this is existing. What I meant by educating the school is just about screen addiction, screen use. Parents should be aware of these things because a lot of time when parents meet us, they are clueless that this is there. And for a child, even most children to even talk to you, if you don't speak a bit of, so this was mostly for, so I didn't say go to school and teach risks. They already know risks and they will teach you ick and all that. But I'm mostly saying to have a liaison with the school, and if you notice, see, I will notice somebody with ADHD, behavioral, not eating, please check into screen time and have classes on screen addiction, what are the safe sites to go to and look at. So it will be a nice seminar to see if Piaget's operational stage and all is changed, you know. There's a very nice, sir, if you like, Netflix, there is a very nice documentary. His name is Kazanaski, okay? So he was a Harvard man who, it's called the Kazanaski's report. He became a bomber. So our Anneke, so there are 2 theories, if organizers can give me 30 seconds to just say the story, because it's relevant to what you asked. Our Anneke, so he's 1970s, joined Harvard. He said technology is going to ruin society, okay? And he went on bombing places in America, okay? So, avaroda manifesto no irukku. It's very, purely from science and research, if you look at, there are people doing PhD based on his manifesto. There is another truth that Harvard did some study, gave a few brilliant students some drug, because some of his samples, neologism, I remembered him. Schizophrenia is his diagnosis. He was jailed, executed, and everything. So there are 2 worlds where the same man said technology will ruin, technology will revolutionize and everything. Why I'm saying this is nowadays, so it is if I can say, it's very level, the children, the way they talk to you, what they're going through. Routinely, we are seeing them now cutting. Non-suicidal, self-injurious behavior is not because, of course, NEET and academics is there, but it's a lot of this. Online, yaro, somebody dejected, they don't share it with the parent. And only if you're aware. So I'm more, the talk is, hey, this is happening, please be aware. If I can do, sir, Sendil Nala Nano or Nimsham comedy, like iPhone release Madri, I am just, hey, this is happening, all of us should be aware. When you have a teen walking in, these terms use panna, please be aware and not judge the child. I mean, that's where I was coming from. But I'm sure I also agree with you that Piaget will come as some ghost and kill all, like how much child's operational stage and prior concrete operations and all have been affected with screen. So there is a ecological study to look at what even Arun sir was asking about. Normal development, exposure to screen time in development of ADHD versus kids who are, where there is again like a controlled study where you don't expose them to screen time. So.
I think this should be. Okay, this should be the last question.
Ma'am, thank you for the interesting presentation. I want to have a small doubt because what lot of technical terms you describe is a part of that love bombing, ghosting, those and all conventional, traditional psychiatric teaching. This is a part of some narcissistic, histrionic, or personality or cluster B personality traits. Then what's your take on personality disorders current C? Because by per se, current routine development, adolescent development have a lot of these traits as coming out. What your take on personality disorder and current routine adolescent health?
Yeah, so that's why I think, because exactly the frustration you echoed, that now they've said the new classification says personality disorder and just do the borderline labeling. Borderline personality is now very pejorative and not to call it that way. Yes, is this also contributing, because that's why I said a lot of externalizing overt behaviors are more, that if you follow ICD-11, invariably 1 out of 2 now. I remember, I mean, Vikas is here. We all say in our month-end meetings that it's like one wave, pandemic of personality disorders. Everybody's on the cluster B, cluster thing. How much this is contributing? Absolutely. Because this is becoming their world, no? That's why I said I'm wanted to present the digital world that the current adolescent is living in, is what I meant.
Thank you, madam, for the, I think that
it was a grounding session in the sense you made all of us realize what's really happening. And although there are a lot of concerns, I feel it finally boils down to how parents interact with kids. And it's not this net swiping or screen time. Even parents, as we all do it at home. So, and if we are trying to keep it more private, not share with children, we cannot expect the same to them to reciprocate with us. I feel it is, we are living in the current change, and we should change as it happens and be open with our children and probably understand these terms, as not to judge them by when they use these things. And maybe we all become boomer uncles and boomer grandparents if you don't be with them. So one thing I feel is it's as a parent's responsibility also to be open to these kind of changes. And these are routine generational gaps now that it is plummeted because of all the social media and with the COVID. And with parents being more open and among themselves within the couple with the children, I think these can be taken with less of a fear. Thank you, ma'am. Nice presentation.
So now we wind up this session. Thank Madam for wonderfully highlighting the lot of words which we are ignorant. And also she came up with the wonderful, some of the areas where we need to focus on the illusion of connectedness. where these children feel, have the illusion of feeling in connection with people. And you have given some measures what can be done, and wonderfully you answered all the questions. Thank you, madam. And thank you for the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am, for your interesting presentation. Now I request our chairpersons to honor the speaker, ma'am.
I would like to invite Dr. Sendil Sainathan sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Government Erode Medical College, to honor Dr. Babu Balasingh sir, Vice President TNIPS. Now I like to invite Dr. Abhirami ma'am, Senior Assistant Psychiatrist, Government Medical College Salem, to honor Dr. Ganesh Kumar sir, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist at Ahana Hospital, Madurai. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. Let's have a short deep tea break for 5 minutes, and I kindly request you all to assemble back at 11:55 a.m. Let's move on to a deep session on Immersive Psychiatry, Mental Health Care through Extended Reality. We would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Sabrin Sanjeev Ross sir, Consultant Psychiatrist at Ahana Hospital, Madurai.
We also like to invite the chairperson, Dr. Singara Velu sir, Consultant Psychiatrist at Kaveri Hospital, Salem. Now I like to invite our speaker for the session, Dr. Vikas Prabhav sir, Consultant Psychiatrist at Vivid Mind Clinic.
Good morning, everybody. Continuing this wonderful program of discussing various things. Today, the topic that you're going to talk about is how you're going to use virtual reality to treat and probably the problems faced with virtual reality. This is something that's going to come up in a very big way, from telepsychiatry to virtual reality and treatment. So I hand over the mic to my co-chair to introduce the speaker.
Good morning. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Vikas Prabhav, who is a speaker today. He has qualifications of MD Psychiatry and MRC Psych, and currently he's a consultant at Vivid Mind Clinic, Chennai. And he's been the best outgoing student from the Department of Psychiatry in 2016 from SRMCH, and he has got a first place in poster presentation in TAN Psychon 2015. His areas of interest are experience in drug safety reporting, emergency medicine, and medical record auditing. He has a special interest in the integration of virtual reality technology with psychotherapy. He has authored a book titled The Soul Searcher's Guide, The Big Picture. Over to Vikas. Thank you.
Wonderful thanks to the chairpersons. Very big thanks to the organizing committee and Sadanand sir for inviting me to Erode. I'm having a great time in Erode thus far. We've had discussions about VR before, but most of my previous presentations were about conceptualizing or capacities of what VR can actually do. I think today's presentation will be more about how can we take this and practice it in our own clinics. Before we go there, before we start talking about VR, we've been talking about AI and parenting, and I think that elicits a mixed response amongst us as older members of the society when younger members start doing something differently. I think that's also something I'd like to address as we go forward. So in this very short presentation, first off, very quickly, I will talk about where we are came from, what it is going to help us with. I will also talk to you about the primary virtual reality device that is in the market today, what its capacities are. And once I do that, we'll have a short 5-minute in-between session to figure out how practicing psychiatrists have ideas to use VR already. You don't have to take, and then we'll go on and we'll look at how other people have used it. And towards the end, we will talk about how each one of us can use one similar technology in our own clinics or hospitals. So why, not even psychiatrists, as the way we experience the world keeps changing, I think it's important for everybody to know about virtual reality and extended reality. I think by now I've been saying VR multiple times, but I've not asked if people are already aware of what VR is. How many people here know what virtual reality is? Okay, we have a few hands up, so I will maybe introduce that first before moving on and talking about it. At some point, would people consider a book virtual reality? Yes? Would people consider cinema virtual reality? Yes. So at some point, humans, as we evolved, we figured out ways to transmit information to the masses. We started writing. So when you're reading a book, you're transported to another world through words. You have to have good comprehension and imaginal capacity to be transported to another world through a book. But you recognize as humans got better at communicating, we also simplified how we could immerse people in other spaces. We came up with sounds to immerse people, and we came up with TV to immerse people. And the latest in such technologies is virtual reality, wherein virtual reality is something that you can be immersed in when you wear a device, much like a spectacle, but what you watch in your spectacles are not the real world in front of you, but something else that is superimposed. Is that clear? Now people get what virtual reality is. Now when we have access to such powerful technology, which means I can change what a person is watching, listening, touching, feeling, is that something we can use in psychiatry? And specifically because we have control over what they are watching, looking at, touching, feeling, which means the exposure is scalable, that again puts a few more ideas into us in terms of how we can use that with the people in front of us. Now add on one more layer. If a person is being immersed into a world and we have information about their heart rate variability, about what their EEG is doing, what is their skin conductance, does that add on another layer of ideas for us in terms of how we can use that in psychiatry? Now yesterday when madam was talking about telehealth, imagine rather than looking at someone in a 2D screen, I am able to sit with them in a 3D environment, which might be a room, which might be a forest, which might be a mountain, with access to their healthcare metrics. Would that be a future some of us would like to experience with our clients at some point? Yes? So this is what we spoke about in terms of technology, making it more and more immersive. Now, what do you think the next aspect will be? We are experiencing reality through screens in virtual reality as well. What happens next? Any ideas? Sorry? Virtual reality is already 3D. Now, I see you, correct? How do I know that I'm seeing you? Through brain networks. And reality can be altered by altering our networks. Please don't think I'm talking about science fiction. This is happening today. And within the next 5 to 10 years, implants can be used to change perception. When I'm saying 5 to 10 years, I'm not exaggerating. This is going to happen. When I started talking about virtual reality, it was in 2017. Nobody knew what it was. Today, everybody knows what it was. Some of you probably have a headset in the clinic as well. I'm not going to discuss this. This is something we will discuss together. Before we move on to the core of the presentation, I'd like you to introduce the Quest 3 device. So in the virtual reality, நம்ம ஒரு Samsung TV-ல நம்ம TV பார்க்குற மாதிரி இப்போதைக்கு commercial grade virtual reality device வந்து இந்த Quest 3. It is made by Meta, which is owned by Facebook. the capacities of this are it has a very, very high resolution screen. இப்போ நம்ம டிவி இருக்குல்ல 4K screen, 8K screen தெரியும். Each of that kutti display has a 4K screen. So it's better than the previous versions. I wouldn't say almost reality, but quite immersive. It also has gyroscopic sensors, which means தலையாட்டினா உள்ள இருக்கிற ஸ்க்ரீன்லேயும் உங்கள் தலையாடும். It can detect your hand. So even without a controller, it can see what your hands are doing. So you can interact with the world and see what you're doing with this device itself. ஸோ இப்போதைக்கு நான் வர்ச்சுவல் ரியாலிட்டினா என்னன்னு சொன்னேன், சென்சர்ஸ் என்ன யூஸ் பண்ணலான்னு சொன்னேன், இந்த டிவைஸில் என்னெல்லாம் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் இருக்குது, ஹவு கேன் வி யூஸ் இட்னு கேட்டேன். ஸோ கேன் ஐ ஹாவ் சம் வாலண்டியர்ஸ் who can come up with some ideas as to how they can use it in psychiatry today? If there are no volunteers, I will pick up people and ask. Okay, for exposure, what else? Exposure for phobias, what else? Biofeedback. So let's make it more interesting. நான் வந்து முதல்லன்னு சொல்கிறேன். Let's say for neurodevelopmental conditions, ADHDக்கு நம்ம VR யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுமா? எதுக்கெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும்? எல்லாத்துக்குமே யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். We can train attention, we can train focus, we can train coordination, we can use diagnostics. There are labs that are using VR instruments to diagnose people with ADHD as well. Autism spectrum. Social skills, gaze training, exposure again in autism, social skills training, depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, bipolarity, dementia. Is there any aspect of our diagnosis that we can't use this for? எல்லாத்துக்குமே யூஸ் பண்ணலாம், கரெக்ட்? ஸோ வித் தேட் வெரி ஒரு சேல்ஸ்மேன் பிச் மாதிரி ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கு. வித் சேயிங் ஹே வி கேன் யூஸ் VR ஃபார் எனிதிங் அண்ட் எவ்ரிதிங். கேன் சம்மன் டெல் அஸ் வை வி ஆர் நாட் யூஸிங் இட்? நம்ம ஏன் யூஸ் பண்ணல? I heard understanding. I heard cost from somewhere. Did someone say cost? Kumaran sir, எவ்வளோ காஸ்ட் இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? 20,000 per? And the headset, 20,000. Okay. Is that a restrictive cost? If 20,000 is a restrictive cost for any of us to buy one set for the clinic? 20,000 இப்போதைக்கு வாங்குறதுன்னா வச்சுப்போம் சார், அப்கிரேடேஷன் அப்புறம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். அந்த 20,000 ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்டிவ் காஸ்டா? I don't think so. Private practice or government college or department on the 20,000 எவ்வளோ restrictive cost ன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. Someone said information about it. How many of you would agree that information and exposure is the real determinant of whether it's being adopted or not? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll consider the others don't want to use VR, so other than the ones who think cost and information. So today I'll try to give you that information as simply as possible so that it becomes a little more simpler. நம்ம டிவி யூஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இதை யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு பழகிக்கலாம். So when we spoke about books as a form of immersion and TV and radio as a form of immersion, அதிலெல்லாம் சில நேரம் நம்மளுக்கு அந்த மூடு கரெக்டாக இருந்து செட்டிங் கரெக்டாக இருந்து புக்கு படும் போது நம்மளுக்கு அந்த புக்குக்குள்ளேயே போன மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ வேறு சில நேரம் நம்மளுக்கு அந்த டெம்பரேச்சர் ஃபீல் பண்ண முடியும், சில நேரம் அந்த யூ கேன் ஃபீல் த கலர்ஸ் ஆஸ் யூ ரீடிங் த புக், ரைட்? ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் கால்ட் ப்ரெசன்ஸ். ஸோ த எபிலிட்டி ஆஃப் அன் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் டு கிரியேட் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் வில் டிட்டர்மின் ஹவு மச் இமர்ஸ்ட் தட் பர்சன் இஸ் இன் இட். எவ்வளோ இமர்ஸ்டாக இருக்காங்களோ அவ்வளோ யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்க போகுது அவங்களுக்கு. ஈவன் வித் எக்ஸ்போஜர், however, how much arousal I get depends on how much I'm immersed in that environment. So virtual reality brings in a lot of immersion by making sure the person is present, by essentially making you part of that environment. This is something we've done. So very quickly, in 1995 இவ்வளோ ஹைடெக் ஹை-ரெஸ் இமேஜஸ்லாம் இருக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி சும்மா ஒரு 2D கிராஃபிக்ஸ் வச்சு ஒரு பேஷண்ட் வச்சு they said okay, virtual reality can help with phobias. But as technology improved, psychiatrists, we don't adopt technology too soon. நம்ம கடைசியில் தான் எடுத்துப்போம். As a exclusion மாதிரி கடைசியில் மீதி இருக்கிறது மட்டும் தான் எடுத்துப்போம். So all the other fields started using it. I think even when I was in college in PG, the surgeons were doing virtual reality surgeries, not surgeries, but they were training to do the surgeries. Pain departments were using it. The wellness market has taken it up. It's a $1 billion industry. But more recently, mental health specific studies are coming up. Psychiatrists also take it and study it and go through. ஸோ இப்போதைக்கு நம்ம நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரு ஃபியூ மினிட்ஸ் என்னெல்லாம் ஸ்டடி பண்ணியிருக்காங்க இதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு பார்ப்போம். Now this is the first study. I don't want to talk too much about it. VRET அப்படின்னா virtual reality exposure therapy. Somewhere நம்ம மென்டல் ஹெல்த் வேர்ல்டு வந்து அதுலேயே மாட்டிக்கிச்சு. Virtual reality-னா நம்ம எக்ஸ்போஷர் தெரப்பிக்கு தான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு. And all the products that come out seem to be targeted towards that, but we can use it for a lot more. So here, this is a RCT they did in firemen I think in the US, where in the study what I thought stood out was இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்க ஸ்டடிலாம் VR exposure சரியா அடிச்சா சரியா இல்லையான்னு பார்ப்பாங்க. When we look at our clinic, when we look at people with PTSD, you notice that after exposure there is iatrogenic worsening. People drink a little more. After exposure, they are a little more violent. They're a little more agitated. So here, I think they focused more on is virtual reality causing any more iatrogenic damage? Because I think that's important. And they found out in people receiving virtual reality exposure, there was not much iatrogenic damage when compared to when you're doing exposure otherwise. So I think this was very important to say, hey, this seems safer to expose them this way than to expose them imaginally, which sounds counterintuitive. But I think what happens here is they get much more vivid exposure of what is actually happening. So it leaves less to imagination. Now, ஒரு கார் கிராஷ் பார்க்கணுன்னா என் மனசு இமேஜின் பண்ணுறதோட அந்த கார் கிராஷ் கொஞ்சம் லெஸ் சிவியராக தான் இருக்கும் விஆர்லேயும். ஸோ ஐ திங்க் தட் ரெடியூசஸ் த ஹைட்ரோஜெனிக் டேமேஜ். Usually, if you go for a commercial VR software, அது இப்படி தான் இருக்கும். The one on the right is what the person will be able to visualize. One on the left will be your dashboard, where you can choose what kind of exposure you want to give the patient. Typically, there are 2 commercially available softwares now. Not this one. I will discuss this as we're going forward. This is a study in China. இதில் சிபிடின்னு போட்டிருக்காங்க, ஆனால் இது சிபிடி கிடையாது. எசென்ஷியலி வாட் they did was psychoeducation and not too much actual therapeutic intervention through the virtual reality itself. Essentially, they played a few videos, they made a few activities and compared it to treatment as usual. And they recognized that the number of dropouts in the patients who were put on virtual reality therapy reduced dropouts were much lower than in terms of conventional therapy. So what I'm trying to stay with these studies is, ஒன்று வந்து நம்ம ஏதோ டேமேஜ் பண்ணிடுவோனோ ஒன்றும் பயம் இருக்கும், அது இல்லை அப்படின்னு சில ஸ்டடீஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஃபாலோ அப் வரமாட்டாங்க, இது என்னது அப்படின்னு. ஃபாலோ அப் ஆக்சுவலி இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும்னு இந்த ஸ்டடி. A few weeks back, Hema ma'am had asked me about this particular app, Overcome. This is an Australia-based app. A few years back, how many of you are familiar with something called Google Cardboard? 1 or 2 people. So Google Cardboard was a very low-cost VR device that would use your phone to immerse people. So in the Overcoming app, it was made for that. So most of our smartphones can be used for very basic, low-grade virtual reality experiences. The cardboard headset, it's just a couple of lenses that you can put your phone in front of it and your phone becomes the screen. So the Overcome app was developed for that. Maybe after lunch, if some of you can come a little early, I can show you the Overcome app on my VR headset as well. Now, what the Overcome app showed that, இதை நம்ம ஸ்கேல் பண்ண முடியும். நம்ம 1-on-1 நம்ம இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. இந்த சினாரியோஸை போட்டு பேஷண்ட்ஸே அதை வாங்கி யூஸ் பண்ணாலும் அவங்க பெட்டர் ஆகுறாங்க. ஸோ நம்ம ஹைட்ரோஜெனிக் டேமேஜும் பண்ணுறதில்ல, ஃபாலோஅப்ஸும் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணுறோம். And people are able to do this by themselves and get better by themselves. So it is a triple whammy already. In 2025, there was a big meta-analysis done on thousands of VR-based studies. இதில் வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லைன் மட்டும் பாருங்களேன். ஆல்கஹால் யூஸ் டிஸார்டரில் எஃபெக்ட் சைஸ் ஆஃப் 0.89 versus treatment as usual. Why do you think that is? how does a virtual reality intervention help with drinking? Any ideas? Sir, Arun sir? Reduces craving. So, let's say a person comes to a hospital, we detox them, we give them motivational interviewing. They are motivated to not drink anymore. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலை தாண்டி வெளில போகும்போது டாஸ்மாக் தோணுது. அந்த டாஸ்மாக் பார்க்கும் போது வர்ற ஃபீலிங்க்கு நம்மளால எக்ஸ்போஸே பண்ண முடியாது. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்குள்ளே உட்கார வச்சு நம்ம எஜுகேட் மட்டும் தான் பண்ண முடியும். நம்ம ஏன்னா அந்த ஃபீலிங்னால தான் நம்ம திருப்பி போய் குடிக்கிறான். He is not able to manage that feeling. What virtual reality helps with is you expose that person to that actual feeling. They get used to that. நான் டாஸ்மாக் தாண்டி போனால் எனக்கு இந்த ஃபீலிங் வரும். இதுக்கு நான் ஆன்சர் சொல்ல வேண்டாம். So I think though the number was very small, it makes sense that we use virtual reality to help people deal with problems in real life before they go out to real life. This is so different from the counseling or psychotherapy that we give, which is all imaginal, it's all in the head. And most people struggle to put it into practice. Most likely the study that they used in that meta-analysis was this. I'm not sure if this picture is very clear, but there is a problem here. We cannot take this app and use it in India. Why do you think we can't use it in India? Our shops are different. இந்த கடையை பார்த்தா அவனுக்கு குடிக்கணும்னு தோணவே தோணாது. நான் ஏதோ வீடியோ கேம் விளாடுற மாதிரி இருக்கு. ஆமாம் சார் நல்லா ஆகிட்டா எனக்கு குடிக்க தோணாதுன்னு he'll go off. So why I wanted to show this to you guys is நம்ம ரீஜனலாக கண்டென்ட் டெவலப் பண்ணலன்னா VR நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. எங்கே டெவலப் பண்ணுறாங்களோ அவங்க மட்டும்தான் யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். I'll talk to you about a low cost way of generating VR content towards the end as well. So we were talking about how it is cheap, how it is safe, how it can be scaled, how it can help in so many ways in all different. And going forward, because it's a device, so it can read data more accurately than a human at the end of the day. How it's being used for diagnostics as well. So this is a study they did in Korea to help with diagnosis of ADHD. இதுலேயும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்பெசிஃபிசிட்டி 1. இதெல்லாம் நம்ப முடியுமா இல்லையான்னு தெரியல. பட் the initial studies are very promising to say, hey, we can get a lot of accurate data from these things. Everybody has treated schizophrenia, right? All of us have treated schizophrenia. Any ideas in terms of how virtual reality can help with treatment planning in schizophrenia? Gopinath. Right. So when we talk about negative symptoms or we talk about difficulty in social cognition, again, when I see a person with psychosis interacting with a virtual environment, I will know his deficits way more than using a rating scale. பேசும்போதே ஒரு ஆள் வந்தானா அவனுக்கு ஹார்ட் ரேட் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகுது, அதை எப்படி இன்டர்பிரேட் பண்ணுறான். ஸோ வி கெட் அ லாட் மோர் nuanced data to work with. A couple of years ago, I had gone to SCARF just to see if older people, DemCare's SCARF, just to see if older people can use this. So I have met a very interesting gentleman who was 94 years old. He barely remembered the name of his relatives, but he used to be a glider pilot. ஸோ எங்களுக்கு என்ன பார்க்கணுன்னா, இவ்வளோ வயசாச்சு, அவருக்கு காக்னேட்டிவ் ஸ்கில்ஸ்லாம் பெருசு, மோட்டர் ஸ்கில்ஸும் கிடையாது அவருக்கு. ஹி டசன்ட் ஹேவ் அ லாட் ஆஃப் மோட்டர் ஸ்கில்ஸ். இவரால் இந்த VR யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுதா, இதனால் இவருக்கு ஏதாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் இருக்கான்னு பார்க்கும்போது we gave him VR exposure that included flying a plane over Chennai. அவருக்கு ஃபெமிலியர் ஏரியா. ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் லுக்கிங் அட் ஹிம், ஸ்ரீதர் சார் கிட்ட அந்த வீடியோ இருக்குது, லுக்கிங் அட் ஹிம் என்ஜாய் தட் ப்ராசஸ் ஆஃப் experiencing the world, which he cannot experience as human anymore, and the consequent improvements in behavior at home or the consequent sense of belonging or safety that had told us, hey, we can work even with the eldest population, even in people who have, let's say, dementia without behavioral problems, that VR can be used. I think Sridhar sir is working on a project right now as well. I'm going to skip this. I should also talk about studies that mentioned problems with VR. So it cannot be a magic thing. நம்ம இது போட்டால் எல்லாமே சரியாயிடும் நம்ம பண்ணணும்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. There are problems with it. There are a couple of studies with it. And there are studies that tell us how to mitigate these side effects as well. I think this is better discussed towards the end after. This is an acceptability study where it says older people don't engage, but reality is different. There are some kinds of people who will engage and some people who don't, but I think most people can be trained to engage with at least passive VR experiences. இங்கே யார்கிட்டலாம் VR headset இருக்கு or have experienced virtual reality? A lot of people. 5 or 6. Ma'am, what do you use it for? Okay, thank you. Sir? So, do any of you subscribe to any commercial software? What do you use, sir? Okay, Indian. So, a lot of the feedback that a person receives, for entertainment or the Hyderabad-based one, don't add a biological component. If I can give that person relaxation, relax so when we add sensors to it, we get a lot more data. I keep saying sensor because that is where mental health is also going forward. கிளினிக் வந்தால் நம்ம இப்போ பிபி எடுக்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு நாள் நம்ம ஹெச்ஆர்வி செக் பண்ணுவோம், ஒரு நாள் ஸ்கின் கண்டக்டன்ஸ் செக் பண்ணுவோம். This technology has existed for a long time. It's becoming more accessible these days. The final studies that I want to talk about before we delve into how to use it in the clinic are, we spoke about exposure in terms of using virtual reality. Let's say some people come into your clinic with social anxiety. What is our current treatment procedure? Pharmacological விட்டுருங்க. What do we do? How do we help them? Anybody who does therapy for social anxiety? Relaxation, imaginal exposure. And practice. Let's say I am trying to expose myself to this presentation through relaxation and imaginal exposure. It helps me not be anxious of thinking about this. But what happens when I come here? It comes back, right? So in people with social anxiety or any other anxiety with a lot of avoidance, I think our interventions or psychotherapy, the கையை பிடிச்சிட்டு அதை பற்றி நினச்சா பயப்படாத அளவுக்கு வரைக்கும் நம்மளால் கூட்டு போக முடியுது. அதுக்கு மேலே நம்மளால் அங்கே அந்த ஸ்பீச்சுக்கு அவரை நம்ம கூட போய் கை பிடிச்சிட்டு நிற்க முடியறதில்ல. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் தட் இஸ் சம்திங் தட் ஹெல்ப்ஸ். In people with social anxiety who are afraid of judgment, there are social apps. இப்போ நம்ம social media சொல்கிறோம்ல, Instagram மாதிரி, there are virtual worlds where other people from the world are interacting. From personal experience, இதில் வந்து VR chat, there's a world. The first time I went into VR chat, I was anxious. நம்ம வேலைக்காரனை பார்த்தா கொஞ்சம் பயப்படுவோம்ல, அந்த மாதிரி when people are speaking English in some accent, there was some anxiety. அந்த anxiety elicit பண்ணாதான் நம்ம anxiety குறைக்க முடியும். Only when that arousal comes, we can reduce it. So the commercial apps don't have this social aspect. That's what I was coming to say. அவங்க வந்து ஒரு 4-5 சினோரியா பண்ணிட்டு அது நம்மளுக்கு பத்தாது. We need a little more. So I want to look at two ways in which, or two groups of people who can implement virtual reality or extended reality in their clinics. ஒன்று வந்து there are people who prefer it to be very structured. எனக்கு ஒரு கரெக்டான ஸ்ட்ரக்சர்டான பிளான் இருந்தால் தான் என்னால் பண்ண முடியும். I think that's how most psychiatrists operate, right? Most doctors. So, and there is a tinkerer path. அந்த path எனக்கு பிடிக்கும் because that's the path with more freedom, and I would suggest that you guys do that as well because that offers a lot more space than the structured path. So முதல்ல நம்மளுக்கு VR கிளினிக்கில் யூஸ் பண்ணோன்னா ஒரு டிவைஸ் வேணும். Like I was saying, the Quest 3S costs $249 in the US and $32,000 in India if you buy it on Amazon. It is a standalone VR device, which means அந்த டிவைஸ் வச்சுட்டு நம்ம சொல்கிற எல்லாமே பண்ணலாம். அந்த சென்சர்ஸ் இன்டகிரேஷன் மட்டும் பண்ண முடியாது, பட் எவ்ரிதிங் எல்ஸ் வி கேன் டூ. இந்த Quest 3 வந்து அதில் என்ன பார்க்குறாங்களோ நம்ம ஃபோன் ஸ்க்ரீன்லேயோ டிவிலையோ லேப்டாப்லேயும் பார்த்துக்கலாம், which says that hey, I can also communicate with this person whoever is going through that VR experience. ஸோ நம்மளுக்கு அந்த டிவைஸ் வேணும். ரெண்டாவது கிளினிக்கில் ஒரு இடம் வேணும். I think there are different kinds of VR experiences, seated experiences. ஒரே இடத்துல ஒன்று பார்க்குறது, they are good, but they are not as good as the ones where people can get up and walk around and interact. So if you have a small space, maybe a 10 by 10 room, that's good enough. Now if you worry that hey people அதை போட்டுக்கிட்டு எங்கேயாச்சும் போய் இடிச்சுக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணுறது, அந்த டிவைஸ்க்குள்ளேயே அதுக்கான சேஃப்டி சிஸ்டம்ஸ் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு பார்டர் கிராஸ் பண்ணிங்கன்னா அதுவே சொல்லிடும் இதுக்கு மேலே கிராஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. இந்த Quest 3ல வந்து அந்த பார்டர் கிராஸ் பண்ணிங்கன்னா வெளியுலகம் தெரிய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். இட் ஹேஸ் கேமராஸ், ஸோ தே வில் ஸ்டார்ட் சீயிங் த ரியல் வேர்ல்ட், ஸோ தட் வில் ஸ்டாப் தம். So if you're going to do it in a standardized way, இந்த டிவைஸ் ப்ரொக்யூர்மெண்ட்ஸ் ரூம் ஸ்பேஸ் எல்லாருக்குமே தேவை. நீங்கள் டிங்கர் பண்ணுறீங்களோ ஸ்டாண்டர்டாக பண்ணுறீங்களோ, then you have an option of 2 or 3 paid apps. ஸ்டாண்டர்டாக நான் பர்ஃபெக்டாக பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சேன்னா எனக்கு இவ்வளோ தான் ஆப்ஷன். ஒன் இஸ் ஓவர்கம், நான் காமிச்சது இது டில் 2025 எண்ட் இட்ஸ் ஃப்ரீ. இஃப் ஆல்ரெடி உங்ககிட்ட விஆர் ஹெட்செட் இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஓவர்கம் வெப்சைட்டில் போய்ட்டு நீங்கள் சைன்இன் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களோட சர்வீசஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் டில் 2025. ஆஃப்டர் தேட் ஐ திங்க் இட்ஸ் அரௌண்ட் $200 a month or something like that. I'll show you Overcome and tell you why it's not worth it. There is another thing called Psytech VR. They offer way more environments for people to engage in, and they offer some interactive 3D experiences also. I would ask you to maybe look at that, but I also tell you why you shouldn't jump into and saying இதுதான் என்னோட standalone VR solution நம்ம பார்க்கவும் முடியாது. So once you have this, we have to follow a routine clinical procedure of combined decision making, where you sit down, talk to the patient. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விஷயம் இருக்குது, இது நான் உனக்கு ஆசைப்படுறேன், இதுக்கு இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது, இதெல்லாம் சைடு எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது, டெய்லி நீ இவ்வளோ நாள் பண்ணணும், இத்தனை நாள் பண்ணணும், இதுதான் நம்ம எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுறோங்கிறத டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணுறது நல்லது. Once you document that, so we have the device, we have the software, we have the agreement of the patient, then we follow up in terms of நீ இதை பண்ணியே உனக்கு எப்படி இருந்துச்சு, what do you experience, do you feel better, do you not feel better. Because there are so many indications. நான் முதல்ல பேசின மாதிரி எல்லாத்துக்கும் நம்மளுக்கு வந்து கைடன்ஸ் இருக்காது. சில விஷயங்களை பற்றி ஸ்டடீஸே இருக்காது. சில விஷயங்களுக்கு வந்து நான் இதை பண்ணால் இதை இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆச்சு, நீங்கள் இதை பண்ணுங்கிறதே இருக்காது. ஸோ யூ வில் பி ஒர்க்கிங் ஆன் இட் ஆஸ் அ பயனியர் ஆஃப் த ஃபீல்ட் rather than as someone who's following someone else's trend. Just in case there are adverse events, as simple as this guy bumped into the wall, என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம், டிவைஸ் கீழே விழுந்துருச்சு, உடஞ்சிருச்சு, பேட்டரி காலி ஆயிடுச்சு, ஒரு டிசினஸ் வந்துருச்சு, என்ன பண்ணோம். there is a good it's a good idea to maintain a set of redundancies as well. Now like I said, ரெண்டு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் இருக்குது. நான் ஏன் இதை I'll tell you why I'm not pushing by a commercial VR suite. These guys have been trying to get in touch with them for the past 2 weeks. Every day they will schedule one meeting, sir, இன்னைக்கு பண்ணிடலாம், இன்னைக்கு பேசிடலாம், இன்னைக்கு நான் பண்ணிடுறேன், வரமாட்டாங்க. They are in one different time zone. So if I base my whole virtual reality practice on some other guy's software, now if he doesn't support me, I'm gone. I can't do anything for the patient. But this is also important because they already have structured instruments. இப்போ எனக்கு வந்து someone who has a fear of ants, like that lady who unfortunately passed away, they already have these situations inbuilt. ஒன்றுமே பண்ண வேணாம், ஹெட்செட் கொடுத்துடணும், லேப்டாப்பில் இது வேணும், இதுக்கு எக்ஸ்போஷர்னா அது கொடுத்துரும். ஸோ அட்வான்டேஜும் இருக்குது, டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜும் இருக்குது. Psytechல வந்து there is biosensor integration as well. Would you guys want to watch the video or can we continue talking? Video? So it's 11-minute video. I will go directly to an exposure, for example.
Faster, helping clients face their fears, build resilience, and achieve meaningful breakthroughs in their recovery journey. Psytech VR's advanced modules guide clients through environments designed to target specific anxieties or phobias. Real-time biosensors integrated into the platform track physiological responses, such as heart rate variability and breathing patterns. This feedback enables therapists to monitor client progress during the session, ensure safety, and support emotional regulation through guided breathing exercises. Every SciTech VR session embodies the core.
So, do you want to continue watching the video? But this is the same thing that will repeat over and over again. So, they have some tools, they have tracking metrics, they have some exposure scenarios. Has anybody used SciTech? So the other one that I was talking about was overcome. இப்போ அந்த ஷார்ட் வீடியோவில் there was one kitchen சீனில் அந்த மாதிரி கிச்சன் நம்ம ஊரில் பார்த்துருக்கோமா? இப்போது லட்சே ஈரோட்டில் ஒருத்தவங்க வராங்க, அவங்களுக்கு கிளென்லினஸ் obsessions இருக்குது. ஐ திங்க் தே won't get aroused by this at all. அவங்களுக்கு இதை பார்த்தா ஆங்ஸைட்டியே இருக்காது. ஸோ நம்ம எக்ஸ்போஸே பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் தட் இஸ் ஒரு டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜ் தட் வி ஹேவ் வித் சம் ஆஃப் தீஸ் சிச்சுவேஷன்ஸ். இந்த ஓவர்கம் பற்றியும் காட்டலாம், பட் அது இதோட கொஞ்சம் வேர்ஸ். அதில் வந்து வீடியோஸ் தான் இருக்கும். இப்போ சோஷியல் ஃபோபியாக்குன்னு அதில் எக்ஸ்போஷர் வீடியோஸ் இருக்கும். ஆனால் பேசுகிறவங்க அங்கே இருக்கிறவங்க எல்லாமே தே வில் பி காகேஷியன்ஸ். ஸோ நம்ம ஊர் ஆளுங்களுக்கு வந்து இட் வில் ஃபீல் லைக் தேர் வாட்சிங் அ மூவி. தே ஒன்ட் கெட் ஆங்ஷியஸ் அட் ஆல். ஸோ நவ் திஸ் இஸ் த மோர் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் பிட், த எக்ஸ்ப்ளோரேட்டரி டிங்கரர்ஸ். ஸோ considering that this is an elite group from the society, we are doctors. Doctors new or elite group nu vechipom. Psychiatrists, we think a little more, we tinker a little more. Guidelines எல்லாம் அப்படியெல்லாம் நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ண மாட்டோம். க்ளோஸ் பின் இவ்வளோ போடணுன்னா கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா போட்டு பார்ப்பேன் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பார்க்குறதுக்கு. வி ஒர்க் வெரி க்ளோஸ்லி வித் அவர் பேஷண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ அதர் தேன் இந்த ஒரு கமர்ஷியல் விஆர் ஆப்ஸ்ன்னு எடுத்தால் நம்ம ஒரு 4-5 தான் இருக்குது. த இண்டியன் ஒன் ஐ திங்க் காஸ்ட் a lakh or something per year, no? And they're extremely expensive. It's not like, and they are not all in one VR solutions. அவங்களுக்கு நிறைய ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்குது. அவ்வளோதான் நம்ம அந்த ஆப் வச்சு பண்ண முடியும். வர்சஸ் தி ஓப்பன் மார்க்கெட் in the VR world. இப்போது நம்ம ஃபோனில் கேம்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, millions of games, right? So like that there are thousands of VR experiences. There are VR videos on YouTube that are much more localized. Insta 360 ஒரு கேமரா இருக்குது, which costs around 30,000 something, the basic one, with which you can capture your own VR videos. So when you look at it from outside this perspective of யாரோ ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் க்ரியேட் பண்ணுறாங்க, நான் அதை யூஸ் பண்ண போகிறேங்கிறது பதிலாக இது ஒரு டிவைஸ் இருக்குது, இந்த டிவைஸ்க்கு நிறையா கெப்பாசிட்டிஸ் இருக்குது, இந்த டிவைஸில் யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு நிறைய ஆப்ஸ் இருக்குது, அந்த ஆப்ஸை நான் எப்படி என் கிளையண்ட்ஸ்க்கு யூஸ் பண்ண போகிறேங்கிறது இஸ் அ மச் பெட்டர் ஐடியா ரைட் நவ். ஸோ நம்ம I think that applies to our population way more. I don't think a Western developer is going to make an India-based exposure, and for an India-based developer to get so much money to develop it is not possible. அவங்களால அவ்வளோதான் பண்ண முடியும். So which brings the technology back to us. So when as a tinkerer, அந்த முதல் 2 ஸ்டெப் அதே தான். நம்மளுக்கு டிவைஸ் வேணும், இடம் வேணும். மூணாவது வந்து நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு ஆப் லிஸ்ட் வேணும். நான் என்னெல்லாம் ஆப்பில் என்னெல்லாம் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்சஸ் இருக்குது நான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பார்க்கணும். அந்த ஆப்பில் இருக்க எந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் என் கிளையண்ட்டுக்கு அப்ளை ஆகும், இந்த எக்ஸ்போஜரோ சோஷியல் இன்ட்ராக்ஷனோ சோஷியல் காக்னிஷனோ, அண்ட் தென் ஐ ஸ்டார்ட் ஒர்க்கிங் வித் தட் ஐடியா ஃபார் தட் கிளையண்ட் வித் தட் ஆப். ஸோ இட் குட் பி அ சிம்பிள் யூடியூப் வீடியோ, someone who's afraid of flying, a 360 video of boarding a plane, or it could be the experience of being in a game-like experience where the plane is crashing. It gives me a lot more freedom to choose. Now, the robustness in terms of what symptoms I want to explore, what is the outcome I am looking for, is the patient willing to experiment with me? I am not offering this as a treatment. I can offer a rental for the glasses, but I cannot say idu unno bayata pokirum, idu nama try pannalam, this is something that is proven in other places, this is something that I want you to try, which means it becomes very collaborative. It's not like நான் ஒரு டிவைஸ் வாங்கிட்டு இது வேலை செய்யும் நீ இதை பண்ணு அப்படின்னு சொல்ல போகிறதில்ல. அது நம்ம விஆரில் பண்ண முடியாது. ஆக்சுவலி நிறைய ஈவன் வித் RTMS or TDCS, that's not how we can do it, right? It's a collaborative approach. So, in matching your client with XR experiences is the most fun part. ஒரு ஹெட்செட் வாங்கிட்டு ஒரு 3 மாதம் உங்கள் வீட்டில் ஒரு டீனேஜோ பையனோ உங்கள் கிளினிக்கில் ஒரு 20 something ஸ்டாஃபோ let them explore it, let them figure out all the apps. The experiences are very cheap. $9 இருக்கும், $10 இருக்கும், $5 இருக்கும், சிலது ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்கும். Explore it to figure out how can I use this in the population I am working on. Madam works with children, right? So there is a free Quest 3 experience called Hello Dot. Have you tried it, madam? நீங்கள் VR வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? Okay. 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 So the Hello Dotங்கிறது வந்து it's dot is ஒரு small cute animal மாதிரி இருக்கும். When the patient wears the headset, they can look at you, look at your clinic, and that animal will be அது பாட்டுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் க்யூட்டாக பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோங்க அங்கே. For an adolescent to have that experience in the clinic will say, hey, அடுத்த தடவை இந்த டாக்டர் நம்ம போய் பார்க்கணும், ஏன்னா நான் டாட் மீட் பண்ணணும். The first thing, I think the most important thing that VR can give us as a doctor is for safety and belonging, and say, this doctor is someone who will make me feel safe. ஹேமா மேம் சொன்ன மாதிரி இப்போ அந்த பசங்க பேசுகிற மொழி நம்மளுக்கு தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. அவங்க சில நேரம் அவங்க சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தாலும் முறைச்சிட்டு தான் இருக்காங்க, நம்மளுக்கு ஃபேஷியல் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன்ஸையும் ரீட் பண்ண முடியல. ஸோ வித் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் populations, I think virtual reality offers a way to bring the client to a place of common safety that helps us. So நம்ம client needs as simple as எனக்கு therapeutic relationship build பண்ணுங்கிறது கூட ஒரு client need தான். இன்னொரு கிளைண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து சோஷியல் ஆங்ஸைட்டி ரொம்ப ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது, உனக்கு கடையில் போய் உன்னை பொருள் வாங்க வைக்க போகிறேங்கிறது கூட ஒரு கிளைண்ட் நீடாக இருக்கலாம். We can choose that. We choose the client needs, we choose what domain we're going to work on, we choose how long the session is going to be, we choose என்ன மாதிரி எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இவருக்கு தேவைப்படும், and then we review and adjust along with the client. So when I do this, I actually feel like a doctor. பரவாயில்லப்பா, நம்ம புதுசாக ஏதோ பண்ணுறோம், கிளைண்ட்டோட பேசுகிறோம், நம்ம ஏதோ எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணுறோம், which is so different when compared to using just a commercial app. அது அவன் தான் டாக்டர் மாதிரி இருக்கான், அவன் ஏதோ சொல்கிறான், நான் அதை செய்கிறேன். I feel like a deliverer of care rather than someone who's treating. Liminal VR. This is also an app. This costs $30 a year. When Maslow talks about self-actualization, he talks about the sunset experience, right? When imagine there is you and me, one person's come up with one intense distress, and me and them are discussing the distress on top of a mountain watching a sunset versus sitting in my dingy clinic. Which would the patient prefer? Top, right? So it gives one instant sense of safety through belonging and space. So this liminal VR offers different VR experiences. அதில் அப்படின்னு ஒரு செக்ஷன் இருக்குது. These are experiences meant to elicit awe. அதை பார்த்தாலே வாய்ப்படணும், அப்பா. அதை பார்த்துட்டு நீங்கள் பேசுகிறதும் அதை பார்க்காம பேசுகிறதும் அவ்வளோ வித்தியாசம் இருக்கும் when you're talking to a client. VR chat, like I said, is something that can help with social anxiety. How difficult is it for us to get our clients to exercise for 10 minutes a day? Has anybody managed to do that consistently? Impossible, sir. Let's say we ask them to come to the clinic, 10 நிமிஷம் வந்துட்டு போங்க, and we give them a headset, which is fun, right? And I think all of us want to be children at some point. We want to play, we want to be free, we want to do things. So there are a few apps that help people move in an interactive way. Is it okay if I can take 5 minutes? So there are a bunch of apps. In the VZ Fit or VR Fit is one such app, which if you are part of a big hospital and you have a room where you have a exercise cycle or a treadmill, will help motivate people to move a little more. And somewhere this gets it started for them. This is not going to treat their depression, but behavioral activation strategies try பண்றீங்கன்னா, this is something that will help get started. I have to talk about hand lamp VR because it's controller தேவையில்லை, especially with older people and people who want to train fine motor movements. You wear the headset, there is a table in front of you, there are different levels of puzzles, and they can arrange these objects and these puzzles. I think some of my older patients like to play that a lot. Google Earth, like on our phone, can be used for. So I'm going to skip to ethics. I think a lot of us who are scared of innovation hide behind ethics. எனக்கு இனோவேட் பண்ணுறது கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது, யாரும் பெருசாக எனக்கு இப்படி பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லலை, அதனால நான் எத்திக்கலாக இருக்கேன், நான் பின்னாடி வந்துடுறேன். We don't do that with medicines. We easily cross over and say, நான் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா 5 mg எஸ்லெப்ரம் போடுறதுனால என்ன ஆக போகுது. ஆனால் இந்த புதுசாக வர்றது இந்த ஏஐ விஆர் அதெல்லாம் நம்மளுக்கு கொஞ்சம் எத்திக்கலாக இருக்கு, பண்ண அதை பண்ண மாட்டேன். ஸோ the whole point of stating this, I think, was, hey, privacy is important. And keeping our clients safe is important, for sure. And I'm sure all of us are going to make sure that happens. But we cannot hold that as a reason why we are not doing things going forward. At the end of the day, you and the client in front of you, not just you, will be responsible for whatever outcome that comes out of it. It is your accountability to choose the app. Tell them, in the app உங்களை பற்றி இதெல்லாம் தெரியும், இதுக்கு நீங்கள் ஓகேவா, இது நம்ம ட்ரை பண்ணுறோம். At the end of the day, it is an experiment that you're offering and not treatment. I don't know if any of you, this is more common sense than anything else. We're not going to use it in people who are already out of touch with reality, hallucinating, violent, agitated. Definitely not going to use it with people who are sensitive to bright lights or flashing lights like migraine or epilepsy. I've put inability to consent, but I've had no clients who have refused to try it out thus far. The unstable suicidality is there because it's there everywhere. I wouldn't say it's an absolute contraindication. I'm going to finish with 2 case vignettes. One, a person with agoraphobia for which I used Psytech in their own exposure methodology.
Request from the organizers to
stop. Yeah. So I asked Sadanand sir if you guys can come, if people are interested in actually wearing the headset and seeing how it is, finish lunch and come early. I'll be here and we can do that as well. Thank you, sir. And sorry for the delay.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through this journey from the start to the current, what all we can do. Probably another half an hour, 1 hour, I think you'll need to give more insight. So the floor is open for questions.
Because thank you for an interesting presentation. So I think you touched on it, and it involves lots of creativity from the therapist, and so how to standardize that across different therapists, and we need lots of guidelines and things like that.
Yes, sir. So I think that's a good question. Now, let's say look at a structured psychotherapy like CBT. How many of us practice CBT like CBT? Does that mean our patients don't get better? So at the end of the day, we're going to adopt it and we're going to follow our personal style. I think that's the advantage of our profession. நம்மள மாதிரி இருக்கவங்க நம்ம கூட சேர்ந்து நல்லா வாங்க, நம்மள பிடிக்காதவங்க அவங்கள மாதிரி இருக்கவங்க கூட சேர்ந்து. So I think your personal touch in using this is way more important. Safety ethics are important than standardizing. I'm not for standardizing at all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vikas, for this wonderful illustrated presentation. Just a couple of doubts. See, in a busy clinic days where we have to see so many patients, I'm more curious to know, like, how do you select your clients to have this exposure of VR? And like, what is the parents' view, like, when you are trying to give a digital device and ask them to explore? I see that there is a good part in it, but what is the parents' take on this from your clinical experience?
Okay, 2 things. Busy practice la idu eppadi pangarana is a very valid question, because this is something I'd like you to stick with the patient rather than if you're doing a commercial app, that's different. But what I'm talking about is not that. I'm talking about a personal experience you and the client are having together. So நான் பிஸியாகவும் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ண போகிறோம், எதுவும் பண்ணோம்னா விஆர் டேஸ்ன்னு நான் தனியாக விட்டுட்டு அன்றைக்கி 1 நாள் 2 நாள் பார்த்துக்கலாம். ரெண்டாவது, the device itself is not designed for children less than 10 years old. No, the device itself, it's not about, you can use it if you want. And I've not had any parents have a problem with it thus far. Okay. Because you asked that question very quickly, I'll tell you. when compared to a game that you play on a phone or a PC, playing a game on a VR device requires actual physical energy. By experience, from 2016, I've been playing VR games. Your head will start spinning, your head will start hurting, you'll have to stop. I think that is actually a good thing when it comes to VR. You can't generalize it to everybody, but I haven't had anybody decline consent to try VR.
Okay. And one last one. If at all I just want to go and I want to explore this, what would be the device that you recommend, which has a biofeedback integration and, if possible, a neurofeedback integration also?
There are the Quest 3S with a Psy Tech subscription. Neurofeedback but you can pair a Muse. Have you heard of the Muse headset? Yeah. You can pair the Muse. The Muse displays on a computer screen also. Yeah. You can display the computer screen in the VR headset.
So it can be integrated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and informative session. Now I request the chairpersons to honor the speaker.
I would like to invite Dr. Kavita Ma'am, psychiatrist, Andir Government Hospital, to honor Dr. Sabrin Sanjeev Rosser. I would also like to invite Dr. Jayachandran Sir, DMHP, psychiatrist, Erode Government Hospital, to honor Dr. Singaravelu Sir.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. Now we move on to our last session, recognizing the shift, symptoms profile in child and adolescent psychiatry. Let's welcome our chairperson for this session. We would like to invite Dr. Bhagishri Devi ma'am, senior consultant psychiatrist at Madurai, and we would like to invite Dr. Sophia ma'am, consultant psychiatrist at Madurai.
We would like to invite our speaker for the session, Dr. Nivedhitha Selvakumar ma'am, consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist, KMCH Coimbatore.
Good morning, everyone. I think, so it's going to be the closing batswomen following the women's cricket team winning the trophy. Yeah, so for the past 2 days, we were very busy learning about how things have changed, be it the way our parenting roles should be modified, how the children's world has changed and all that. In fact, the latest advances in VR and AI and all that. But I think what we practice every day clinically in our practice is mostly to do with the symptoms, the reason for consultation, etc. So I think as basics, we should be aware of the symptom profile changes in our day-to-day practice, so that with an eye of suspicion, with an index of suspicion, we'll be able to recognize those changes in children and adolescents. So to throw light on that topic, we have today's speaker, Dr. Nivedhitha. My co-chairperson, Dr. Sophia, would be introducing the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Dr. Nivedhitha Selvakumar, who has completed her MD from JIPMER, Pondicherry, and she completed her postdoctoral fellowship in Child and Adolescent Psychiatry from JIPMER, and then she worked in Department of Psychiatry, AIMS, New Delhi, and she has also worked in the National Drug Dependence and Treatment Center, Ghaziabad, received K.C. Dubey Award in ANSIPS and Shankaran Memorial Gold Medal for Best Researcher, and she also has 3 ICMR-sponsored national research projects in her credit. Currently, she is working as consultant psychiatrist and child psychiatry specialist in KMCH Coimbatore, and her main areas of interest are child and adolescent psychiatry, consultation liaison psychiatry, biological psychiatry, and psychotherapy. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the Tamil Nadu chapter of Indian Psychiatric Society for giving me this platform. So this is the last session. I promise to keep it a bit brief and as engaging as possible. So today I would be talking about recognizing the shift, symptom profiles in childhood and adolescent psychiatry. So as an adolescent, child and adolescent psychiatrist, I would like to give my perspective on the shift. That is, the shift in the presentation of symptoms, especially during childhood and during the adolescent period. So how differently does a child present probably up to 10 years of age, and beyond that, that once he becomes an adolescent, is there any variation in the symptom presentation? So I would like to start with a case vignette. So this is a story of development and psychopathology. Okay, so this is about a young child, Master A, when he was 8 years old. So he was brought by his parents for complaints of frequent temper tantrums. He could not wait for his turns, difficulty in staying still, and restlessness. So even he had complaints from his school where his teacher reported that the child is always on the move. He keeps disturbing the other children, distracting the other children. So you have to do something about it. So that is one of the primary reasons why parents bring the child to the psychiatrist, because there is some pressure from the school to handle the child. And the child also had delayed onset of sleep, and generally children with ADHD, because of their behavior, their impulsivity, tend to have pure rejection. So the child had presented with that as well. So during that point, the interpretation, he had predominantly behavioral symptoms and emotional dysregulation. So it was a clear-cut diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Though the anxiety is present in the child, it is currently masked because his externalizing symptoms, his behavioral symptoms are more prominent. So following up the same child, so when the child is brought about after 5 years at the age of 13, so he first at 8 years of age and then at age of 13, the child presents with a different set of symptoms. So during this time, the child is presenting with school refusal, something that as child psychiatrists we see very frequently. And so he has somatic symptoms, including stomachache. So whenever the child wants to go to school in the morning, has to go to school in the morning, he has these somatic symptoms. He has stomachache and he doesn't want to go to school. So in spite of that, if the parents put him in his school, the child starts becoming tearful and it becomes very difficult for him. The child has difficulty in doing his homework and there is a deterioration in his academic performance. And it is also noted that there is an increasing avoidance in the child attending sports and group activities. So the teacher's input is that he seems to be quite anxious. He freezes when he's asked to present something and he gets stuck and he cries frequently. So this is the same child whom we had seen 5 years back at 8 years of age. So at age 13, he's presenting in this way. So as we can see, there's a clear shift towards anxiety. So definitely his hyperactivity has reduced as we see the children. So from childhood to early adolescence, the hyperactivity has reduced, but anxiety and somatic symptoms have clearly emerged. And over here, again, the point to be noted is the underlying vulnerability. That is, the child definitely has difficulties in these two aspects. One is executive dysfunction, thinking, planning, executing it, and emotional, and he also has emotional dysregulation. He has this particular vulnerability, but the symptom expression has varied. So he had earlier presented with behavioral symptoms, including hyperactivity, restlessness, disruptive behavior, but currently his symptoms are pointing more towards the anxiety spectrum, where he has school refusal and he does not want to interact with others. So the same child, once we follow up, that is late adolescence, transitioning into adulthood at around 18 years. So he can present with symptoms of low mood, withdrawal, and he can start having a lot of worries. These worries could be in relation to academics, because that is what predominantly he is exposed to at that point. And procrastination, not able to complete the work that is planned. And because of all this, there could be a further decline in his grades. So the child also has social avoidance, and as we had already discussed, so one way of coping for children these days is to go back to the gadgets. So there is increased screen time, and because of that, he's not able to complete his work. He feels overwhelmed with this work. He also starts getting these thoughts: I am a failure. I will never be able to do this work. I'll never be able to complete this work. So what happens at this point is that we can see the internalizing symptoms start to dominate. So the anxiety symptoms have become quite prominent, and it has evolved into generalized anxiety symptoms. And the child, and he's also started experiencing secondary depressive symptoms. So added to that, the stress of adolescence, the child also has other biological and social stressors, especially peer pressure and academic difficulty. So all these tend to amplify his symptoms. So, but the underlying ADHD, which got diagnosed when he was 8 years, it still persists. But it is quiet because our focus of clinical attention currently is not that. So here is what we called as heterotypic continuity. So what does this mean? So as we can see, this same underlying condition, that is, the child has been having emotional dysregulation and this, difficulties in executive functioning, but now it is presenting in a different form, internalizing disorder. So with emotional dysregulation, so as we saw, in these three, this is the same child, but three different age group. At around 8 years of age, the child predominantly had hyperactivity symptoms, and as reported in the school as well. Then during early adolescence, the child had school refusal, somatic symptoms, and predominantly presented with anxiety symptoms. And now, during the late adolescence, when he's becoming an adult, the symptom presentation has changed, has rather evolved, and he's presenting with anxiety symptoms, which helps us to make a clear-cut diagnosis, and also secondary depressive symptoms. So as we can see, this is generally what happens to children. So as they evolve from childhood to early adolescence to late adolescence, the children start experience. They have the same underlying vulnerability, but the way the symptom gets expressed is different. So what is the final diagnosis? The child definitely has ADHD, and at this point, it is inattentive presentation. His hyperactivity symptoms currently do not, we are not able to make qualify to make a diagnosis of combined ADHD, but inattentive presentation is definitely there. And along with that, generalized anxiety disorder, he definitely has secondary depressive symptoms because of academic failure and other stressful events that he's facing in life. So as we can see over here, the underlying vulnerability has never changed, but only the symptom presentation in the child has changed. So the symptom presentation has varied from hyperactivity to anxiety to presentation with secondary depressive symptoms over the age. So I just wanted to put up this case vignette because I wanted to stress on the fact that the same child, same underlying vulnerability, but depending upon the age, can have different forms of presentation. Okay, so I'll keep revisiting this scenario when required during the presentation, but this is just to show that how the symptom presentation can vary from childhood to adolescence. So moving on, moving on to the rest of my presentation. So basically, I'll be presenting upon three main topics. So first is the developmental framework of children and adolescents. The second is clinical presentation. How do the different types of psychiatric disorders present during childhood and during adolescence? And finally, clinical approaches to this. So moving on, what is the need for us to have this discussion? There were so many important topics that were discussed, and when I had a discussion with the organizers, they felt this would be a very relevant topic. And why is this a relevant topic? Because as we know, currently the referral rates of adolescents with mental health illness is very high. So the awareness has improved, the stigma has reduced, the referrals are they get referred from different specialties, from pediatric subspecialties, pediatric neurology, pediatric cardiology. So they get directly referred. So the prevalence of mental health issues among adolescents is between 15 to 20%. So there is a high prevalence of these disorders, and also psychiatric symptoms evolve across development. So something that we've seen and we've known. During childhood, the children present with more of behavioral symptoms. So it could be agitation, it could be increased activity levels, it could be throwing tantrums. But as the child grows, when the child becomes an adolescent, the presentation varies and they start presenting with more of emotional symptoms, anxiety, sadness, and also cognitive symptoms. So the child starts thinking worries and emergence of suicidal ideations. All this happens during adolescence. So, and also it is important to interpret the diagnostic criteria in a developmentally informed way. For example, generally, as when we see adult patients, irritability is commonly associated with bipolar disorder. But for children less than 10 years, irritability is a very prominent symptom in case of depression. So, if a child less than 10 years presents with irritability, prominent irritability, definitely depression has to be considered, and that's why diagnostic criteria has to be interpreted in a developmentally informed way. And also, as child psychiatrists, we have various diagnostic challenges. This is because generally the adult framework of diagnosis is applied, and during that time, because of this, we can face a lot of challenges during the diagnosis. So we saw that the symptom presentation varies from childhood to adolescence, but why is this so? Why does it happen? So moving on to the developmental framework, so as we say, the way the brain matures is non-linear. That is, different parts of the brain mature not in this at the same time and in the same way. So there are different regions mature at different speed and at different ages. So they say the sensory systems are the first to mature, followed by limbic emotional networks, the networks associated with expression of emotions, and finally the prefrontal cortex, which is important for our cognitive processing. So because of this variation, we see that younger children present more with behavioral symptoms, and with the improvement in the cognitive processing abilities, the child starts experiencing other cognitive symptoms. So this shapes their emotional understanding. So the way the child expresses their emotion, the way the child is able to process their thoughts, and the way the child is able to regulate the behavior, it is all dependent on this and at what developmental age the child is. And as practitioners, it is very essential for us to consider that during the diagnosis of the child. So, and how does this development shape psychopathology? As I told, the brain maturation trajectory, so it varies from the sensory system to the emotional system to the cognitive system. And also the way the child processes, the emotional regulation skills of the child, cognitive skills including theory of mind and social cognition, all of these it progresses as a child grows and matures. All these skills, the child is more apt at developing these skills and apt at dealing with these. And because of this, there is a difference in the way in which the children generally present their symptom based on their development. So finally, just the key principles while dealing with adolescence, as I told, there's a heterotopic continuity. So as we saw in the case scenario earlier, the child initially presented with hyperactivity, later a school refusal, and finally they presented with a lot of depressive symptoms. So there is the same underlying vulnerability, but different presentations at different ages. And also depends upon the age at which the presentation happens. And as we discussed, this is because of the varying rates of maturation of the brain. And again, in child psychiatry, comorbidity is the rule rather than the exception. So most likely, these children would definitely have comorbid diagnosis, and we have to always look out for it. And so finally, how do the major differences between childhood and adolescence, how do they present? So children present with a lot of externalizing and behavioral symptoms, including fidgetiness, hyperactivity, throwing tantrums, and having disruptive behavior. But adolescents, because of the improving cognitive processing abilities, they present more with internalizing symptoms. They express their emotions, sadness, anxiety. They're able to process their thoughts. So cognitive symptoms, emergence of suicidal ideations. So all this happens during adolescence. Also, the adolescents, they are influenced by their peer environment. There is the identity formation which happens during that period, and also a sense of autonomy that they have during that time. So this is the reason why they present differently during different age groups, and it is important for us to know it. So moving on to the clinical presentation, I would briefly tell as to how, at least the key points in each of the primary disorders that we see in children, in childhood and in adolescence, how they present. So first, to begin with ADHD. So as we all know, when the child is brought to us, when a child is brought to us less than 10 years, there are complaints that he's very hyperactive, keeps running about, he's very disruptive. Parents are either not able to manage, or this complaint from the school that the child is disturbing the other children. They're not able to manage him. But when the child is brought as an adolescent, usually we see a different set of presentation. So what happens is that during that time, they predominantly come with academic complaints, and when we assess the child and see, the child definitely has the onset of symptoms, earlier onset of symptoms, hyperactivity, all of which was either managed or did not seem to be very problematic. But at this point, with the increasing syllabus, the child is not able to manage the academic load because of inattention. Because inattention becomes prominent during the adolescent phase. And this is the primary complaint with which parents bring their adolescent children to us. And one important point to note is, because adolescents don't generally present with hyperactivity, sometimes it can be missed. That is inattentive presentation of ADHD, where the child predominantly has inattentive symptoms only, and hyperactivity, impulsivity symptoms have reduced. So it is important for us to know the difference in presentation for a child with ADHD. And also, generally children with ADHD, almost 30 to 50% of them go on to develop adult ADHD, and an awareness about these symptoms and their functioning is very essential. Moving on to autism spectrum disorder. So generally when the child is brought with autism, during childhood we all know that the complaints that the child does not make eye contact, the child has difficulty in mingling with the peers, and the child has sensory difficulties. But so usually somehow more than ADHD, when children with autism, they come to contact more frequently, and at least some sort of care is initiated for them. But how do these children go on? And during adolescence, how do they present? They present predominantly with social difficulties. So they have difficulty in making friends. They're not able to make friends. They're having difficulty in understanding social cues and then navigating social situations. And also, during this period, there is high likelihood of development of anxiety symptoms in the adolescent, because they're not able to cope with the demands. So this is how the presentation varies in autism spectrum disorder. So moving on to the disruptive behavior disorders that we commonly see in children, the first is oppositional defiant disorder. So generally what happens in ODD, so when the child is brought to us, so the parents frequently say that he's very irritable at home, he does not listen to what we say, he throws a lot of temper tantrums, and he keeps arguing with us. But the same child, when he's brought to us during adolescence, the presentation is generally different. So here the child's academic performance might be poor, and the child generally might avoid going to school. The child can be quite defiant, so does not obey what the parents or the school authorities say. There's a sense of vindictiveness, that is, they tend to carry grudges and they want to take revenge if in case somebody has harmed them. And also, because of all this, they tend to have interpersonal conflicts either with the parents or other authority figures. So this is how they present as adolescents. And something that we have to note is, whenever there is an irritability dimension in children in adolescence, we have to always look for the possibility of mood disorder. So moving on to the next disorder, which is conduct disorder, which we see in children. Generally, the subtypes of conduct disorder itself is childhood onset and adolescent onset. So in childhood onset, that is when the symptoms start before 10 years of age, the child presents with aggression and cruelty, especially towards animals, bullying, and cruelty towards other peers. So this is how they present as children. But the adolescent onset type generally tends to be even less intense, and they are influenced by their friends, and they have symptoms like truancy, they do not go to school, and because of the influence of the peers, they might start experimenting with substance. So the risk-taking behavior is noted. So generally, early onset type is the one with the worst prognosis. So generally, children with the adolescent onset type of conduct disorder, with time and with positive experiences, they improve. But when the child has the onset of symptoms before 10 years of age, then they tend to carry forward these symptoms and carry forward the personality traits once they turn 18 into adulthood. So next, I completed neurodevelopmental disorders and disruptive behavior disorders. the common childhood disorders that we see. Next, moving on to emotional disorders, that is, which is again seen the entire adult spectrum of disorders can again present in children, and commonly we see the depressive disorders. So here we can divide it into prepubertal depression and adolescent depression. So in prepubertal depression, these two vary mainly by there are three main features which differentiates both of these. First, prepubertal depression is not very common. The prevalence is around 1 to 2% compared to adolescent depression, where the prevalence can be close to 10 to 20%. So in prepubertal depression, there is no difference in the postpubertal depression. Generally, it's more common in females. The female preponderance, as we say, we see it. But in case of the presentation during childhood, we do not see any gender difference. And also, during adolescent onset, the depressive symptoms tend to continue throughout their adulthood. But for childhood onset symptoms, we do not see that. So generally, the adolescent onset depressive symptoms resemble the adult depressive phenotype. So generally, children less than 10 years, when they present with depressive symptoms, they might not have, as we saw, because of the brain maturation trajectory, they might not have the ability to express it either cognitively or sometimes even emotionally. So what is commonly seen in the child is the child becomes very irritable for trivial issues, is always seen as irritable. So we should consider this as a core depressive equivalent when we see it in young children. And this should not just be dismissed as a behavioral disturbance. So irritability in young children, that is less than 10 years, you have to strongly consider the possibility of depressive disorders. So generally, when children come to us, what are the other symptoms that they can have? Irritability. Second, somatic symptoms. So frequently, these children might get referred from other departments because they might develop symptoms in like headache, stomach pain, they might have vomiting episodes, but an underlying cause could not be found, is what the primary treating either the pediatrician might say. But in spite of this, the child might be having depressive disorder, and secondary to that, have the somatic complaints, and they might not reach us, we might not be the first point of contact, but they might get referred to us. And definitely there is a decline in the academic performance. The child who has been performing well, currently there is a decline in the grades. And so frequent tantrums because the child's frustration tolerance has reduced. So irritability again is a core depressive equivalent that we see in childhood depression. And in adolescent depression, so as we discussed, because of the improving cognitive abilities of the adolescent and improvement in the emotional processing capacity, the affective symptoms become more clear. They start expressing sadness, anxiety. Also, the cognitive symptoms. The child is able to express symptoms of hopelessness, with the hopelessness about the future, guilt symptoms. And also, this is the time when we have to be concerned about suicidality, because emerging suicidality happens during the adolescent phase. So because of this, a child can engage in self-harm behavior, and we have to be watchful for that. And moving on to the next set of symptoms, that is the anxiety disorder. So generally what we have noted in anxiety is there is an age-linked peak. So anxiety, the underlying anxiety is present in the child, but how it presents depends upon the age. So we've commonly seen that around 5 to 6 years, when the child has anxiety, it presents as separation anxiety. And phobic disorders are commonly seen at this age. So as the child grows and when the child becomes an adolescent, so we commonly see social anxiety disorder. So the child starts developing fear of negative evaluation by others. So social anxiety becomes quite prominent. And once they transition into adulthood, that is around 18 years, anxiety disorders, including generalized anxiety disorder and panic disorders, are quite prominent. So depending upon the age of the child, the manifestation of anxiety and therefore our diagnosis also differs. So generally, when younger children present, they come to us with somatic symptoms and behavioral avoidance. They do not want to attend particular situations. But when adolescents come here, they are at a better position to explain to us as to what they are undergoing. So their cognitive symptoms, the ruminations that they have, and the fear of negative evaluation by the others, performance anxiety, all this tends to become clearer during the adolescent phase. And generally, children with anxiety, when somebody comes with school refusal, definitely we have to look out for anxiety in such children. And when this happens during, in young children, one common cause could be separation anxiety. But as the child grows, definitely during adolescence, we have to look for social anxiety. So underlying the child is having anxiety symptoms are present, but the cause varies depending upon the age of presentation of the child. So in the emotional disorders, so moving on to how OCD presents. So generally, as we know, children have difficulty in verbalizing, so they might not report a lot about their obsessions, but they might present with the predominant compulsions. And so they have difficulty, as I already told, in articulating about these symptoms, and they also have poor insight. So the way the child presents to us is very different, and it is very important for us to differentiate this behavior from the regular ritualistic behavior that the child might have. But in adolescence, it becomes a little more easier because obsessions are more prominent and the child is able to express about their symptoms in a better way. The insight improves, and generally the obsessions are related to aggression or sexual obsessions. So the child might start developing other cognitive symptoms, ideas of guilt, shame, all this can be present. And one important factor that has to be kept in mind while treating children is that when this could be a normal behavior of childhood, especially less than 10 years, when the child keeps on repeating a particular behavior, then how can we differentiate it from compulsions? So generally, the distress that the child has because of that, definitely it is high in case of compulsions. The duration, it is present for a longer duration, and the rigidity that the child has, which is associated with that. So when we see a child, always it is important to differentiate it from normal ritualistic behavior, and in case of younger children, predominantly compulsions, and older children are able to express their obsessions. And a few words about bipolar disorder. Generally, the clear episodic pattern is not visible during the early childhood, but as the child grows and during adolescence, the episodic pattern becomes quite clear. So in childhood, the child might have chronic irritability and tantrums. So it is very important for us to differentiate it from ADHD and DMDD, that is disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, because that in future would lead on to depressive disorder, and the treatment would vary. So it is quite difficult in childhood because they do not have the clear pattern as we see during in adults. But as the child becomes an adolescent, the episodic pattern becomes quite clear, and the classic manic symptoms that we elicit in adults, including decreased need for sleep and increased risk-taking behavior, grandiosity ideas, all these start becoming clearer. And again, psychotic disorders. Generally in children it is quite rare. It's a rare presentation, but it does happen in children. So because of the ability to express in these children, because it is quite limited, the way the child expresses and the way the symptoms are manifested is also not very clear. We can have an ambiguous presentation over here, and detection of thought disorders can be difficult. We have to always rule out any other language, whether the child is having any language disorder or whether there is underlying autism spectrum disorder in such children. But in case of adolescents, the child's currently they start having clear delusions and hallucinations. They're able to verbalize it better, and we are able to elicit the psychopathology in a better way. They also start developing negative symptoms, and there is a functional decline. So in their social functioning, in their academic functioning, they're not functioning like before. The social interaction with their peers and with the family members tends to decline. And also very important for us, if possible, to establish prodrome, because this would definitely emerge 1 to 2 years before the onset of first episode, and because detection of this can definitely help to improve the functional outcomes for the child. And trauma-related disorders, very common, more common than we think. Many of the children get exposed to trauma, including child sexual abuse, and they witness other traumatic experiences. So, and this frequently happens in very young children as well, even children less than 5 years, because they're exposed to this trauma. They're a particularly vulnerable group because they are targeted by people who, because these children are not able to express, and hence it is easier to target these children. So, and sometimes the child's account may vary each time we discuss it with the child. So, certain things can help us. So, one thing that helps is what we've seen is play therapy. So, during play therapy, there is frequent reenactment of the particular situations that the child has undergone in play. And also the child starts expressing regression. The child can again start bedwetting, increased clinginess is noted, and the child can be frequently irritable. But in case of adolescents, when the adolescent experiences any traumatic experience, the expression of the symptoms is more in line with that of adults. So they tend to have intrusive memories associated with the event. They have emotional numbing. So because of this, to cope with it, sometimes they might engage in risk-taking behavior. They might start using substances. So the adolescent presentation is more in line with that of adults. And a few words about the substance use, how it presents. So as we know, it is quite rare in children, only that they might get exposed to their parents or other family members using the substance at home. So during adolescence, how does it start? So generally with experimentation, they want to experiment it along with their peers, and subsequently they might develop dependence. So dependence risk is more for children with a family history of substance use disorder. So it is very essential that this particular group is identified and the risk has to be reduced in these children. And children who present with substance use, that is early onset substance use as we call it in adolescence, we have to always look for any comorbid ADHD, because the impulsivity would make the child more prone to taking substances, and definitely mood disorders, depressive disorders and conduct disorders. One particular thing about suicidality which I want to state is that sometimes children do, frequently we see many adolescents who come with self-harm attempts, but sometimes assessing while doing the suicide risk assessment, it is quite different from adults, because we have to try to elicit the understanding of lethality in the child. So the degree to which the particular act can result in death. So whether the child has an understanding of this, and whether the child actually wanted to end their life, or the child was not aware about the lethal aspect of whatever they were doing. Probably they could have taken, they could have overdosed, or they could have attempted hanging. So understanding about the lethality, eliciting that is very important in these children. Okay, so basically I just gave a brief overview about how the presentations can differ in children and in adolescents. So just taking a brief moment in between. So when we see such children in the OPD, we are tracking the child. The child's brain, environment and psychological capacities are not the same. It's continuously evolving. So probably when we see the children on a typical OPD, so what are the types of cases that we see? So frequently children with hyperactivity are brought to us. And there could be another child who is very distressed about going to school, so school refusal. And similarly, there could be a little bit an adolescent who has difficulty in expressing they have anxiety symptoms are quite prominent, emotional dysregulation is prominent. So what we see over here is they might look like three different patients belonging to three different age groups, and they have different disorders. But sometimes this could just be three developmental snapshots of the same underlying vulnerability. Probably the child initially presented with hyperactivity, and during early adolescence presenting with school refusal, and when the child develops more capacity to express the emotions and thoughts, is starting to have internalizing symptoms. So this is where developmental psychiatry becomes important, and it starts becoming practical, because depending upon the age of the child and expression of the symptom, we have to modify the treatment aspects and not just look at the presentation alone, but also look for anything else that the child can be undergoing, or that we shouldn't miss. Okay, so what we can see is that the form of the symptom changes, but the core vulnerability continues, and that's why the trajectory makes sense when we start seeing the child from childhood to adolescence. So this is the last part of the presentation. I would like to briefly cover about the clinical approaches. Definitely not how we are going to treat each disorder, because all of us are very familiar with that, but certain aspects which we have to keep in mind. So first, when we are assessing the children, the longitudinal history, when we take the history, we have to consider the chronological age of the child. Similarly, the developmental age of the child, especially relevant for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. Any other psychosocial factors that play a role, especially in the family environment, in their school environment. So all this has to be taken into consideration when we take the history. And always for children, we take a multi-informant approach where the child, the parent, and other members involved, especially the teacher's account, is very important. And the functional impairment, this is not just academic impairment, but social, how the child is interacting in the social setting. So social impairment, academic impairment, and as well as how they are functioning, the peer interaction, all this has to be taken into account. So certain, what are the aspects that can shape the symptom expression, especially in children and adolescents? So first, the family factors. The child could be facing adversities, including poverty, or a family member might be falling ill. So these factors might be affecting the child. There could be harsh parenting from the parents' end. There could be authoritarian parenting. One parent is authoritarian. There is inconsistent parenting. So, and similarly, abuse running inside the family. So multiple familial factors influence how the child presents. Similarly, we also have to look at the peer dynamics, especially for adolescents, because their friends play a major role during that particular duration of their life. And what are the types of friends they have, and how the friends are influencing the particular the adolescents. And also because they're exposed to, mostly they are exposed to gadgets, and increase because of the screen time that they have. The child's online behavior also has to be taken into consideration, because of the age group that they are in, and because they are again vulnerable, and they're targets for cyberbullying. And also the children tend to, we know children who have increased use of social media, they tend to have increased anxiety and depressive symptoms, is something that we would have read about. This is because they compare the best of what others have to the worst part of their lives, and they tend to form an imaginary situation where they feel that only their lives, the others are doing much well, very good in their lives, but whereas their lives does not match up to the others. So basically the child's family, school, and social media plays a huge role in shaping the symptom expression. And also when we use adult-centric frameworks, certain pitfalls that we can have is, one, definitely overdiagnosing bipolar, because frequently children present with irritability, and irritability is a prominent feature of bipolar disorder. Sometimes in children, overdiagnosing a disorder like bipolar, which is a severe mental illness, happens. And underdiagnosing autism spectrum disorder, especially in high-functioning children with autism, they could be underdiagnosed, as well as anxiety. Sometimes anxiety may be dismissed as just behavioral issues. And frequently, there are adolescents who have clinical depression and syndromal anxiety symptoms, but sometimes the parents or even the teachers, they might misattribute it to normal adolescence, and the treatment or the care which the child needs is not given. So while using adult-centric frameworks in children and adolescents, these are certain pitfalls that we generally notice. So finally, when we assess and manage a child, we have to use this developmentally informed formulation, as I already told. So this is just a summary of what I have told earlier. The developmental stage has to be taken into account. The context, that is the psychosocial context, has to be taken into account. The symptom evolution, that is from childhood to adolescence, how did the symptom evolve? And always a longitudinal perspective has to be taken. So finally, the key takeaways that I have are, so as we know, the symptom presentation can vary from childhood to adolescence, and this is because during adolescence, children tend to have more of externalizing symptoms, behavioral symptoms, and during childhood and during adolescence, they tend to have prominent internalizing symptoms, and this is because of the non-linear development of their brain. Always, it is important to take the history from multiple informants and have a context-rich assessment to give a treatment which, an effective treatment, and it has to be conceptualized developmentally, that is taking the developmental age and chronological age into account. So these are my key takeaways, and before completing, I just want to share something. So this is a picture of a young child. So this child was referred from the Department of Rheumatology. So child had joint pain and was not responding to medication. Then finally they wanted a psychological evaluation, and she was referred. And when I spoke to the child was raised by a single mother. The mother had to do two jobs to ensure that the child is getting good education. And sometimes the child felt that the mother is not spending adequate time, though she's doing everything to the breadwinner of the family, doing a lot to ensure education for the child. She's not spending adequate time. The child was very distressed about the mother, but the mother was not aware about this. So when this was discussed with the mother, and the child felt a lot relieved, and the child definitely in the subsequent follow-ups, the child started improving. So as a token of probably love for helping her, the child gave this particular drawing to me during her follow-up. And this was given by another child. This child was around 12 years old. She was again referred by a pediatrician because, again, raised by a single mother. The child was being very difficult to manage at home. The child was not attending school. She was very irritable, disruptive at home, frequently hitting the mother and grandmother, and they couldn't manage her. So initially at the OPD, I had started her with risperidone, but what happened was the mother did not have a clear, she was given the syrup, and because they didn't have a clear understanding, she had overdosed it, and she was in the pediatric ICU. And after all this, I thought I managed the child in the IP setting itself for safety reasons, and found that the child was having underlying specific learning disorder, because of which she didn't want to attend school, and subsequently she was not attending school, increased screen time, and she also had ODD features. So the treatment predominantly catered to parent management training, and after a period of about 2 weeks, the child got discharged. When the child came back, the child who was actually initially judged actually by a lot of even clinicians, she came back and she gave this particular craft item that she made. So she is around 12 years old. And finally, this particular painting was given by my patient who was around 20 years old. So this patient again was referred from the Department of Medicine because she had made a self-harm attempt, and on evaluation she was having depressive disorder. This is because she had suffered from a breakup, and secondly to that she had developed depressive symptoms. And once I started treating her, and it took some time, for almost 2 months, for her depressive symptoms to get into remission. And once she felt a lot better, she felt that she's coming out of this relationship as well, it does not bother her anymore. So she gave this particular painting, and this is basically, it is about her. So she needs a hero, no, she becomes the one. So this was given by the third patient. So over here we can see that the first was given by an 8-year-old child, a beautiful drawing, and the second was given by a 12-year-old child, some craft activity that she had done, and the third one was given by a 20-year-old patient. So over here, this is given by patients of different ages, and the way they have presented it is different. So from a beautiful drawing to a beautiful pencil work, but underlying what they want to express is it a token of gratitude for the help that they have received. So again, I feel this is very much similar to the psychopathology that the children experience. For their very young age, the way the child expresses their symptoms and how it evolves through adolescence. So similarly, this also shows that from a child to early adolescent to an adult, how they are able to show it. So sometimes these are the moments of gratification for a child psychiatrist, because we have to spend a lot of time dealing with their emotional difficulties. So just wanted to put that up. So with that, I complete my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nivedhitha. That was a very clear and informative presentation. The floor is open for doubts. And before that, I think from my side, with regard to learning disorders, so this heterotypic continuity, what is your take on that? The symptom profile changes, SLDs.
Yes, ma'am. So usually when very young children, sometimes they are not brought into clinical focus because the parents feel that the child is having some difficulty and then they might get better. But it is usually they are brought into attention when they are around in class 9 or class 10, when the school starts asking them that child's having difficulty, you'll have to do something about it. So during that time, the child starts developing secondary depressive anxiety symptoms. But during childhood, the child does not have those associated symptoms. The way the child is able to process these gets better with the age is what I've seen.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. As you mentioned, irritability becomes a core feature in some of the disorders that you have shown, especially in depression, bipolarity, ADHD. As you said, because of poor cognitive maturity and emotional maturity during childhood, they predominantly present with irritability alone, which poses a great challenge for the clinicians to distinguish whether we are dealing with an ADHD or bipolar or depression. What is your take on it? And is there any catching point to say that, this child would be at least 80% must be suffering from this one?
Yes,
It's difficult because I have seen in your presentation most of the time the irritability comes because even in adult psychiatry, there is a considerable symptom overlap that we come across.
Yes, so generally for children, as we say, rather than making the diagnosis or giving them that the child is having this particular difficulty or functional impairment, always follow up the child longitudinally and always also inform the parents that currently the child is having these symptoms and the child is being treated in this particular way, but we have to always watch. And the symptoms can evolve, and this irritability can go on to become depression or sometimes bipolar disorder, or it is a part of ADHD. So we need the longitudinal follow-up. So the parents also have to be psychoeducated about it, and we can always be open about it and follow up the child in the long term is what I think that would be helpful to the child.
Apart from eliciting the longitudinal history, do you give importance to the family history of substance abuse in parents? Any family history of externalizing disorders, internalizing disorders, how would the family tree, behaves?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is important?
Yes, absolutely it is important because especially in prepubertal onset of these disorders, a family history and because generally because it is not very common for these children to develop these conditions so early, definitely family history gives a clue as to what disorder that the child can have. So eliciting the family history is also important, and we can also during our psychoeducation with the parents keep that because it can sometimes run in the family and they are having this, so this could be a possibility.
The family members emphasize about giving some tablets when the child exhibits severe irritability, then how to go about?
Yeah, okay, so generally sometimes just see if how manageable the child is, whether there is any risk of harm to self or risk of harm to others, and also severe difficulty in school. So when the child has these difficulties, definitely there is an indication for pharmacotherapy because the child would benefit from it, and we might not know the underlying diagnosis very clearly at that point of time, but at least symptomatic management can help, especially if there is risk of harm to self or harm to others.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If there are no more questions, I think we can get by in the session. Thank you, Dr. Nivedhitha, for that enlightening session.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thought-provoking session. Now I request the chairpersons to honor the speaker.
Now I'd like to invite Dr. Preeti ma'am, Consultant Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist Madurai, to honor Dr. Bhagishri Devi ma'am. I would also like to invite Dr. Sangeeta ma'am, Assistant Professor, Government Erode Medical College and Hospital, to honor Dr. Sophia ma'am.
Thank you, ma'ams. We request all the delegates to stay for a short valedictory function to give your valuable feedback and to recognize the work of members of organizing team.
As we come to the close of an enriching and productive event, this session gives us an opportunity to reflect on our journey, acknowledge the contributors, and celebrate the success we have achieved together.
Now let's invite our beloved office bearers of IPS TNC to the dais. Dr. Sadanand Sir, President of TN IPS. Dr. Babu Balasingh Sir, Vice President of TN IPS. Dr. Arun Kumar Sir, Honorary General Secretary. Dr. Arul Prakash Sir, President of TN IPS South Zone. Dr. P.P. Kannan Sir, TN Representative of IPS South Zone. Dr. Saravanan Sir, the Organizing Chairman. Dr. Jayaprakash Sir, the Organizing Secretary. Now we invite Dr. Nagarajan Sir, the Organizing Treasurer, to the dais.
Now we request Dr. Babu Balasingh Sir, Vice President of TNIPS, to give his valuable feedback.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, the beloved audience, it is on behalf of our IPS Tamil Nadu chapter, we congratulate the organizing team. They have done a very wonderful work, and also kudos to the scientific committee who have handpicked the topics which was very relevant to the practitioners especially, so that I hope everyone who leaves this hall will have improved their knowledge about the current trends in psychiatry. And I wish we have many more conferences which are more immersive, which immerses the knowledge in psychiatry, and so that this should be a benchmark in academics, and I hope the future conferences have this type of CME. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we would request Dr. Arun Kumar Sir, President of TN IPS South Zone, to give feedback.
Good afternoon. Congratulate Erode Mental Health Foundation and their team under the head of Jayaprakash sir, and where every session was enriching, and I have seen people sitting in the hall and no much of chit-chatting outside, so that shows that the sessions were interesting. Another important thing, whether you have noted or not, each session had a continuum of other session. For example, yesterday evening Shivanand spoke, and the next session of Dr. Raman, so they had a continuum. And similarly today morning Arun Kumar spoke, Hema madam, and then the other sessions were also had a link between, so that if you are able to sit for one thing, you will understand the other also. So we had take-home messages, and more important thing, it was tailored for the practitioners. So we are all busy practitioners, and we have some points so that we can use it for our clinical practices. So excellent organization, sir, and the ambience, the arrangements, and everything was taken care by themselves. So no need to find people. So thank you once again on behalf of IPSTN chapter.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite the delegates to give their valuable feedbacks.
No words to express my feelings as a practitioner. Right from yesterday morning to just now, in terms of sessions, from Dr. Nirmal to Dr. Nivedhitha. It was packed schedule, and you were able to maintain the exact timings, and exactly concluded by 1:30, 1:45. Fantastic. And all the sessions were thought-provoking, and so much of inputs were given to us. As a practitioner, I could carry it forward while I practice it. And with regard to food, it was very tasty and sumptuous. And yesterday dinner in the lawn was kind of a dance therapy for me. I was able to ventilate myself and sang a song along with others, danced, and it is a very good socializing event where I was able to see so many practitioners. கொங்கு நாடுல எல்லாரையும் பார்த்து கை கொடுக்க முடிஞ்சது ஒரு ஹைலைட். அதில் எல்லாரும் ஒரு ஸ்மைலிங்காக, வெல்கமிங்காக, கிராண்ட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டாலிட்டி, வார்ம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டாலிட்டி வாஸ் கிவன் பை அவர் ரிசப்ஷன் பீப்புள். எல்லாம் ஒரு ஸ்மைலிங்காக, இரிட்டபிலிட்டிங்கிறதே பார்க்க முடியலை, அப்படி இருந்தது ஒரு சுகம். அதனால் ஐ ரியலி தேங்க் த ஆர்கனைசர்ஸ் under Dr. Jayaprakash and team, as well as under the presidency of our Sadanand sir. You excelled, and I am looking forward to seeing you organizing TANPsychon in the future here. And this is the first, I think, psychiatry CME that has happened here through the wonderful souls, Sadanand sir and Jayaprakash. God bless. God bless IPS.
Now, let's honor the members of the organizing team. We request Dr. Babu Balasingh sir, Vice President of TNIPS, to honor the members of registration and scientific committee. Dr. Jayachandran sir, Dr. Sangeeta ma'am, Dr. Deepika Kumari ma'am, Dr. Navina Maitreya ma'am,
Dr. Kasi Krishna Raja sir, Dr. Abhirami ma'am, Dr. Navneethan sir, and Dr. Pranesh sir. I request Dr. Arun Kumar sir, Honorary General Secretary. I request Dr. Arun Kumar sir, Honorary General Secretary, to honor members of Accommodation and Travel Committee, members of Ceremonial Committee, and members of Hospitality Committee. Dr. Anand sir, Dr. Sailendran sir, Dr. Vimal Kumar sir, Dr. Kavita ma'am, Dr. Matilda Daniel ma'am, Dr. Lada Mageshwari ma'am, Dr. Sendil Sainathan sir, Dr. Ramesh sir, and Dr. Anand Kumar sir.
So on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society Tamil Nadu chapters, I have brought 4 paintings of mine for the organizing teams.
Sir, I request Sadanand sir to honor CRMI students who helped us for the past 2 days in this successful program. Vote of thanks by Jaiprakash sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and special thanks. Special thanks for the people who, kind souls who stayed back in the valediction to be with us. It was a wonderful 1.5 days being with all of you. It was nice to have such great guests amongst us in Erode. It made all our efforts meaningful. So I thank every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I thank my entire team. I thank the office bearers of Tamil Nadu IPS. I thank the delegates, speakers, and the pharma company representatives who are there, who graciously helped us with a lot of stuff in the past month. I thank the owner and the staff of D Wayfarer Inn Resort, which has been a great venue appreciated by many. And I would place on special record Tamil, the manager's help in organizing this event and making it run seamlessly. I would also thank Riti Audio Video, Rajagopal and his team, and their owner Julius, who's not right now with us. And I thank Mohan, our photographer, and his boss, Tyagarajan, a friend of mine. I thank our volunteers. And thank you one and all.
National Anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request everyone to join us with the lunch.
Someone has left their specs here. I think it should be